Heyo. Get some music going. I'm in the mood for some chiptune shit. Is there like a DMCA free chiptune radio? This one makes my whole screen flash. I think you might be able to see it. I don't know that this is what I want. I want, is there like... This is specific... I think it's on like... are you still running? You go away. Give me a second here just to clean some stuff up so you don't get to see the secret stuff. I think that's it. Just maybe I need to restart my thing. Yeah, this one is definitely like bogged down. I guess I'll do it here. Reopen. I think you can see now.
Love the way that ends with just a triple R 102.7 C-Trix.
Here we go.
Right now.
Wonder if there is. Yes. Here we go. Hello, Harissa. Har is a hero. Cool. What did I... Ocean Mirror gamed it. That's good enough. So, hello, people. That doesn't work. We have some level generation stuff going on here, and I have been making some assets offline. I've been looking at like stuff. This doesn't look quite right yet, but I've been looking at how people do shit, and I've been trying to kind of learn from that and take it further. Like the Tunisian chili paste. Never heard of it, but it sounds good. Ah, damn it. So good morning. Cheers. And I probably need to like close down Photoshop or something. But we got this ProcGen thing going. I got some... This just currently has like one cube that I've stacked in different ways. And I'm learning some different things like about like the density of the ground and things of that nature. Like here's a really big slab and it's maybe a bit I don't know. You can also see in some levels quite a bit of repetition in how stuff go. Therein lies what I want us to focus on today. Oh, by the way, we need to do a little bit more with the shader here, it seems. Yeah, I haven't done the textures. I just downloaded some textures off of Polyhaven at this point. Also, I had a tab up with Passive Star. I installed his theme and modified it a bit. And I really like it. The only part I don't like is the tightness around these. There could be a little bit more space there, maybe even a little bit more space here. Let's see, maybe in some stream in some future maybe we can adjust that. So yeah, I set up this material last night, and I was like learning, I was doing things, and it was all good. But then I had a crash, and it kind of reset all my settings. So now I'm like, I don't know if this is as good as it was, or if it was better before, or whatever. I'm feeling a bit annoyed. But there's like two things I want to do today. I want to get the shader back into shape. I think most of it's just going to be turning this back on. And we'll look at it. I think it's a little bit strong at this point. Yes. So it does a little bit too much here. It's also missing from this material. And that's another part, like, I feel like most of the troubles that come from this is from, or like the problems with the look of the game is that everything has the same material, everything has the same kind of shapes. So that's something we might want to work on a little bit. But there's a tool that I need, or rather that I want, and that I think I can make, that will take any like boxy shape and fill it in, like pack it in randomly with different things. So if you look at, for example, this. Oh, nice, Mind Rage. Great. So you did end up having it. But anyway, so you can see, maybe it's easier to see if I go out to the library here. Not when the shader is on. Let's just see what it is that causes the... Already there we have like too much green. Okay, we're gonna need a better... But this works for explanation. So here you can see I have like these slabs, and they have two problems. You can see it here too, where I want to stack these up and make them kind of nice looking. And I also have this thing where if I take this and I put it like a bit higher up over the ground, I stretch it down so it meets the water surface. It's more or less just scaling it like this, and for a while it works, and then it kind of gets a little bit stretchy and it doesn't look that good. So my idea is to procedurally, I'll just take the slab, I'll scale it, and then I'll convert that into a mesh, like a multi-mesh that just puts in a bunch of these different cubes in there. So I can take like any rectangular block and just fill it out, and I can have settings for like, I want it to have this density, I want it to swap between these 5 different like cuboid meshes. Oh, sounds cool, Mind Rage. And it will rotate them randomly and just make a cool thing, and then maybe I can lock that in if I want to, or I can run that at runtime. I don't know yet. That's the first iteration of that. The second one would be to actually add in a little bit of randomness to them, so that potentially you could do like these. Maybe that's not this tool. Maybe it's another. You can make these stacks from different, like procedurally, so you don't see the same shapes over and over. All in the interest of like visual variety and like surprising the player a little bit. So maybe, for instance, we could just have these columns be the columns, and I just fill them up with a bunch of cubes. Maybe I can subdivide it in X and Y a number of times, and then just packs them with cubes. I can put in like random distortion. You can do all sorts of things. And that's I think the main part of what I want to do today. It's probably better to just handcraft them, but this is what I feel most feel the strongest about. But first we gotta fix the shader because we can't have it look like it's looking. I'm gonna just grab one of these, pull it out here. It doesn't really matter where I place it, and then I'll just scale it up like a bunch. So what I want is the things that go underneath to be like greenish. Oh, that was actually pretty close. Then I have this surface edge. That's also pretty close. It's maybe a bit too sharp. I want to find like a good value for this. Probably should put in like some sliders for this instead, but it's so fast to just. So what I would like is like a longer gradient. Maybe I can get it if I do this or like this. Yeah. Here we go. Plus, I have this. I don't know if can you see this code? I should move it up and make it bigger. But let's see if we can do this instead, so we can see more of it, and at the same time. And I'll tell you how the shader works in a second here. I feel like I also want to get it's a little bit too like yeah, I think I want to get some variety in there. Oh, look at that. Some kind of cut there. Okay. I wanted to multiply better with the material. So it's actually like a world. If I move this or scale this, this is part of. Oh no. Oh, okay. Because I had this crash last night, which was similar to this, where the game just when I ran it, everything was super bright, and then I said like, oh, let's just restart, and then it reset all the material settings. But you can see when I move it, it's actually like sliding along, so it's like a world space shader, more or less. This is pretty close to what I want. And then there's two more things here. One is the depth fade, which makes it darker the deeper you go. I think that's gonna look cool. Maybe it's a little bit too, it should be like over a longer gradient. Plus I got this downwards thing, which is supposed to add when it's sort of a light. So when something is pointing upwards, like where the normal of the surface is pointing downwards, I should say, I add a little bit of extra light. And I think it might work. We'll see. So as you know, the idea of the game is this, where you can like, yeah. So you can see one thing here is that if the surface is too close to the ground or to the water level, it gets a little bit too green. Up here it's pretty nice, but down here it's too strong. So I guess we can try this out by just scaling this to 1. No, stop. Wait, is 5, so This would be like 0.7 or something. Yeah. You see, that is too much. I'll just tweak it until it works. Remove the things that might be too much. Because what I really wanted with the down thing is that like these edges. We'll get a bunch. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Cool. So that's the idea. Let's do 2 of those. One bigger. You can see how it gets darker. That fills in the cracks pretty well. Some sides seem a lot brighter. I'm not sure. Let's try it out in game. This is an issue too. I think as we're adding, we could remove some if the surface is pointing upwards. I think it's the light blending in here with this, but it mostly looks okay now, I would say. I want the underside to feel a little bit gloomy, and I think we're achieving that. Here, by chance, I get a bunch of these like darker blocks that are not affected by the green overlay. I think that's pretty good. That breaks up the visuals a little bit. I think we got a little bit too much of the good stuff there. Let me check if we can do. Is it the edge thing that adds too much? It sort of is, yes. So let's bring this down a bit more. I want there to be like a tighter. Let's just instead of just bring it up and have it smaller. This is POW on here too, which I think it's set to 2. What if we got rid of that? It could be a bit smoother, or upped it quite a bit. I guess that this is just inverted downwards. Let's keep it like this. I think we're relatively close. Is it like running at 60? No, it says it runs at 240. It doesn't feel like it. So yeah, you know, it's. I would say it's close enough for us to get a move on and just. Oh, look here, it's missing something. I wonder what that is. Probably because I copied the thing in a bad way. I want to fix this too. I like that it has a different specular feel to them, but it's not quite there in terms of the shading. I bet this will be go get some Xantilla again. I want to listen to Peppercore. It was pretty good. Where is it? That. There we go. All good. Let's hide Spotify. Hey, Lemon Jams. What's up? Cool. So now let's talk about what I did to the shader. It's taking some inspiration from. So I looked at some people ripped some stuff from other games, namely Destiny 2, and I looked at how they did some of their models where they have like a texture, a vertex color, using the vertex color to blend in different types of materials into their things, and it looks pretty good. Even though it's like super basic, it kind of works. I want to do one tiny change. I want to invert these things, and I'll still use the red channel, but now everything's gonna be inverted. But I'm gonna change that. But I like do two material calculations and then I blend between them using the vertex color. So now it's inverted, which looks pretty cool, to be honest. How does the underside doesn't look at all the same. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I learned some other stuff as well, which I can talk about, since talking about them makes me remember them. One thing that I usually do is just like use an edge split to get like harder edges. But what I noticed some of the pros do is to actually have everything smooth shaded, but they use an extra, should we call them like edge loop here, to adjust the sharpness of the perceived edge, which makes it like smooth and or like harsh and smooth at the same time, which you can see here gives the edges quite a bit of a more distinct and potentially more gradual. Like you can tweak it using that, and it's like actually sharp if you look at it like that. But if yeah, you can use edge split to do it, but this is much smarter because then you get the illusion of higher resolution. Like it looks bent over, but it's only like one extra like step there. And it in some places, like I haven't perfected this. In some places it looks kind of polygonal in excess, but generally it's not that bad. I will learn more about this technique, I think, at some point. It felt right when I tried it. Anyways, we reversed so that the amount of missing red is what's gonna be the decider. For this, that's what I'm thinking. So that's what we're gonna do. So instead of having like red mix here be color R times noise R, I'm gonna do 1.0 minus color R, and we should be getting back to exactly what we had before. And then it's the matter of making this thing not look like trash. Yeah, I know exactly how Mark Sharp or Marcus Edge works. You can even do like if you're doing you can do this, for example, if you want this to be sharp, You can do, let's see where it is. I think it's in here somewhere. Is it in item? Yeah. You can do like bevel weight, you can do other stuff. But the smart thing about this is that it enables a smooth transition between these rather than a harsh one. Even if the smoothness is like just a little bit, like number of polygons doesn't really matter. We are way under budget for number of polygons, so that's fine. Yeah, this just makes it much easier to create these things that look a bit softer. You can see the difference when you start like overlapping multiple of these cubes, where this edge looks nice, even though it looks sharp, but it's not like super crisp. Maybe I can show you an example of it. And then I screw up again. Let's go over here to maybe this, where you can see sort of how this looks like a sharp edge, but it's not super sharp, right? And it's it gives more natural look. But when these intersect, you can see the really sharp edge, and that feels less perfect. It looks more like computer, because that in that case it wasn't really intersecting, but oh, it is. Maybe it's more the colors I use. They're so hard to preview in a decent way. But anyway, it's a smart technique. It's like a pro technique to do this. It's not like some hack. Yes, I would like to do that too, Synapse, or 4 naps. But just to reiterate this point, what I usually do is just do like an edge split. And you get these harsh edges. I can maybe show you the difference here between the two. You can see how it's like not really blending over the edge. It's not the best. But it looks more digital and less natural. Here you can see it pretty well. And then I remove this thing to get back to this. You can see how it like smooths over this edge a little bit. Maybe this is too much, but it just looks a lot more natural. And you get some highlights on the edges, which you wouldn't get otherwise. Subdivision and vertex shader. Okay. So the next thing I want to get rid of is this. I think it looks somewhat cool. But the speculars is a bit too much, and I think it's got too little these are called albedo red because they're like the color that you would get if you yeah. So this texture, I kind of want that much how should you call it, like coarser, and also you can see some of these really sharp things in there that I don't know if it's because it doesn't really look sharp here. This corner, a bit hard to tell. Oh, Peak Stone. I'm working on a weird FPS that has the hook is this, that everything has 2 sides, and you can go between them. by either like flipping like this or flipping like this. I think it's a pretty cool mechanic. We're still like figuring out the specifics. We didn't have this from the beginning, and it's been like gradually becoming the killer feature of the thing. So we're still, figuring it out a little bit. But currently, I'm just working on environment art and trying to make it look cool. So there's actually some gameplay as well, but I'll save it for later. But now I'm working on these guys, the little cut off corners here. I like how they look a bit like obsidian or like dragon glassy. But I would like the bump map to be coarser. I think I... So the normal texture here needs to have a different scale. However, this would... Oh, is that what causes it to look... Also seem to have some extra freaking shit here. Thanks. Similar idea after watching Stranger Things. Exactly. Yeah, it's not that... I mean, sure. Stranger Things would be like a reference, I guess. So I have these which are not used, and they trip me up a bunch of times. So we want the specular here to maybe go down a little bit. Plus, this is how the game actually looks, and then we have this post-processing effect on it. Is it really like... Where is that coming from? Because I feel like these sharp edges is exactly what I want to get out of. But maybe it doesn't work with... Or maybe it's cool, I don't know. But it's like a two-layer. We got this material out here and this material here, and I can like independently control their specular amount, for example, or their roughness amounts. We can like make it look more like this if we wanted to. And then there's also a ramp for the mixing of those things. If I press the right thing, so you can like tighten up or do this. But we're also missing a noise texture. Let's see here. Noise. There we go. That was one of the things we were missing. We can like... And we can tweak the ramp to make it more... Yeah, in my previous test, this worked a lot better. I'm not quite... This is what scales the noise somehow. You should have like 30 here or something. I like how it sort of shimmers a bit. You can also see how the geometry doesn't really match up with the collider. Do you think the new 20 test is positive for Google Play devs or unnecessary? I have no idea. I haven't heard of it. I don't do Google. I don't do any mobile stuff. So I don't know. Got these scaling controls to control the size of the texture of like the concrete texture, and it affects the, since it's a world space thing, it affects like the bump maps and stuff as well. I might want to have like additional controls over this. I don't know. And I can also, because I'm doing it in a sort of hacky way where it's sort of projected diagonally onto things, and let's see if I can show you the, so here it looks more or less just like flat on top of it. But if I can find some angle, you get these, what I'm looking for is these diagonal like striations in the thing. So I don't really get, so I wonder if I used a different like texture or something last night, which here you can sort of see them. You see that it goes like diagonal there and not diagonal in some other direction, but I guess everything is like at an angle now or something. It's really hard to see what's going on in the non. This control can make it more diagonal anyway. It's kind of sensitive to getting the values right. I think we're close. But this scaling, you see the repeats a bit too much. Scale it up a bit. Like this. The way the noisiness work is sort of hides low res textures or whatever. Okay, there we go. It doesn't really do the diagonal thing as much as I want it to. I guess it might have to do with the angle this whole world is at. So do I like this, or do I want it to be more? I think it's pretty cool. Maybe it's a bit too dark, but then I probably want it to be like in the blue range. It would be cool if the color of the specular, if I could like control that somehow. Let's try it in game. No, it's a little bit Doom. If you played Devil Daggers, that's one of the big inspirations. I guess I can show you the current gameplay. Turn on the enemies. So the idea is that you got some ammo on your sort of railgun, which I've hidden right now, which are these things. And then we got enemies that spawn, You can shoot them. Right click stops time a little bit. And you gotta like go between the dimensions to pick up ammo. You can see that these are actually in the other dimension. This is health currently. The whole idea is to kind of force you to go between the different dimensions. And so now I'm sort of out of ammo. I gotta either go over here to pick this up, or I could go to the other side and pick up ammo there. And that one is... It's a bit unclear which ones are on which side at this point, but we'll have to work on that. But these are clearly like on this side. So I gotta do this. And whenever I pick one of these ammo things up, it respawns on the other side, or at least that's the plan. This big guy is quite dangerous, so I want to be kind of careful. He takes a bit more to kill. Now he seems to be stuck on my geometry here, so that's fine. We got him. Got him. And then we got more on this side. Seems to favor this side a lot more this run, but that's fine. So it's supposed to be this like heat-seeking missiles. That's not good. Now I'm out of ammo, so we gotta go try to pick that up. Meanwhile, oh, where's all the... There's some ammo. There we go. Oh, damn it. I died. Aye, fat fuck. Dillinger. Best band. What so by the way, Cornhub, what is the 20 testers policy? Do you have to have 20 testers on each app? Yeah, slowdown times adds a lot too. Almost invites some sort of time trials. The idea is that the game is... So it's not clear or very obvious at this point, but the idea of the game is that it's got a set spawn thing, and you're timed on how quickly you kill things. So you would the faster you kill, the more enemies spawn, and the faster you'll finish the game. So you'll be like rewarded on the leaderboards by aim. The faster you finish the game, the higher your score is, or maybe it's just like the shortest time wins. Let's see this guy. I want it to be pretty simple, or not. Well, yeah, simple, but not simple, but pretty challenging is the idea. So here we gotta go get some. I missed. There, I probably should have thrown a bomb, but that's the basics. Here you can see the striations pretty well. It's a little bit much, but I like the idea of non-isomorphic things. Let's look at that's Mind Rage's cats. Anyway, I think the material is okay. Let's I also have this material I want to do something more with. Just a sort of a placeholder, but I like the idea of having something that looks a bit magical or out there, like this guy. Alfred also made, so let's listen to that just for the funsies. Just to set the tone a bit. My brother does all the sound design, and he made this pretty gnarly ambient sound. Oh, Memphis. And I want the game to, at least in parts, to feel more like this sound. I think we're gonna have to have some more, because it's pretty happy with the way things look now. I think enemy design will help sell this sound a bit more. But it's pretty like evil sounding, and I like that. Maybe it's more this side. I'm thinking those like noise things could come from stuff like this, where there would be like distortion or whatever. I don't know. There's something that needs to happen to make it match this sound more. I think it sounds awesome. Ah, look, here's our thing. Starting to maybe doubt that we should do the thing we talked about. This looks okay. I have one point on my to-do list, which is make block tool, which would be the thing where we talked about before, where you can take like a CSG box and then just mash in a bunch of these cubes, maybe make a couple more of them, and procedurally have them fill out. But for most of the levels, just looks. It looks all right. I think it looks good enough. But for example, if I wanted to do these pillars, that could be a thing where that would be useful. But it's also, we could just stack them and manually do it. I'm torn. I kind of want to do it from a technical perspective more than an actual need. The other part I want to figure out is, do I like these shapes mixed in with that? With these like broken up things? I know what I wanted. Let's start with this. I do think I kept a cube, yes, that just doesn't have much in terms of the, you know, the destruction. Let's just grab this and just, what I'm thinking is insert a bunch of these loop cuts. Can we not like control the amount? Let's do it again. There, and then like 3 cuts there, and then like 3 cuts there, and like 3 cuts. And then we'll just do like a little bit of this distortion stuff on it, but not too much. Maybe toy with the blending of the edges a bit. Maybe flatten this corner just a tiny bit like this. Wow, this... I want a tiny bit of, maybe like... Let's do this corner here where we break it up a bit. Something like this. Just ship off the corner here. Wait. Let's do bevel that a bit and then select all the faces on the inside. There's probably like yeah, that's the normal, and we can just scale it along that normal to flatten this. And then we can get rid of the normal thing there. I find this kind of just modeling thing kind of therapeutic, but I'm not sure it's very fun to do on stream. I rather like do this when I'm I have like a podcast going or some YouTube video or something in the background, because it's kind of, it requires a certain type of concentration that is overlapping a bit with my sense of speaking. Kind of hard to do this, and it's almost like playing games and talking at the same time, actually. Like so many manual little things, and you can't really talk about what you're doing. Like when I'm coding, I can always say like describe the the thing that I'm trying to do. In here it's like I don't know what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is just moving points around on the screen. It's not easy to do while streaming. So we won't do much of this on stream. Just like slightly irregular. Here I think I did something dumb. Still did something dumb here. I think must have extruded with more than I needed, but maybe it's a cool little... Sweet. Let's vertex paint it. And the color I want is no red, full the other. No. No red, full green and blue. Then I think I can like use a very low intensity version of this to... No, it should be like full green, but a little bit of cyan, maybe I should say. Yeah, something like this. Save this, go into Godot, and we're gonna create a new mesh from this. The Brutalists. Where are you? Right, assets, models, brutalist. Mesh save path, meshes, select, and then it pops up this window. We'll save to new file. I don't need that one, but I want this thing. You know what? We can actually make sure we have this, but we rename it to like undamaged. Why not? And why do we keep it hidden? We don't really need that. Cool. Should also change the... Let's do Scintilla here. Okay, let's see. Let us see. We want to. So how this? I guess let's just get the other mesh in there as well. Well, before we forget it. Why doesn't it remember this part? It's just done. Undamaged cube. That sounds good. Re-import. So I have this prefab. In level brutalist, and then it's just like cube 5 or something. Rock cube 5 meters. Wouldn't it be cool if we could switch out the mesh randomly between 3 meshes? Don't really care what you say, but I think that would be good. So let's add a new script. This is not how I usually do it, but why not? Randomize mesh. Here we go. And get rid of all this. And we're gonna have a list of meshes. So export var meshes. An array of type mesh connect. Is it called mesh? Yeah, it's mesh. And this should extend from mesh instance 3D. And we have this function. This needs to be a tool script as well. We have this function that takes we can actually just use pick random. And it would be cool if we could have like export var do setup, make it a bool, but make it a get return false, and set let's do the setup like that. Cool. And then if we apply this, randomize mesh to this, and then we add the meshes that we want. We want 3 meshes. First one being the undamaged cube, then lightly damaged cube, and finally the damaged cube. We got 3 like levels of destruction on these. And this is not gonna do anything yet. Oh, it does actually. You can see it like do that. And if I put this in a specific layer or a group setup of the level generation, it should randomize all the cubes here that use that prefab. I think it's a lot of them. I get a bit scared because I don't know which one uses what. Are these, for example, using the mesh, using rock cube? Yeah, that seems to be doing that. The level generator regenerate should make some of them not have the same kind of broken corners, but some, like the potentially the slab doesn't use this yet, but we could do that, I guess. Oh, you can't apply that's a bit dumb. We're gonna do another thing. We gotta fix this because we can't have this color when we're editing things. That's too much. I think it has to do with how the environment lights things and how strong our lights are. We will figure it out. But so we got these. Now let's add the randomized mesh to them. Do I have to do this one by one? Can I do it on all of them at the same time? There we go. Seems to be correct. Let's see how it looks in game. Is it mostly picking? Oh, I guess it works. I see this, which is an error. I think it's just because I moved out those like test cubes, but I want to slide below it. And I like move towards it, and I press my frickin' I press my control button just to do the slide. Yeah, I think we're onto something. It's got a lot less of the damaged part, which is really feeling nice to me. Over here, yeah, it works there too. It needs more variety, but it's pretty cool. Take a new level. I had there was another mistake I had before where which I want to get back to. It's like in the shadows, like here, there was this on these like twist, like smooth, curved is the word I'm looking for. Curved things. There was this like purple streak. I think I had just a negative value on some in some way. I want to get back to that. We also have, but I wonder if the next part would be us fixing the fact that everything is like a dark blue in here. I want to be able to see what's going on more in the non-affected thing. Oh, and thank you. Assets, materials, base level material. So I want this to look. Oh wait, not that. I want this to be brighter. Right? This is gonna look just totally blown out. We need to fix that. So let's do that, and then we'll commit, and then we'll start working on maybe a slide, or if we think it's good, the block tool. So why does it look like this? Like, it doesn't look right like that in the preview. So there's something going on with the environment, I think. So ambient light has a very similar color to this. If I do sky, I don't think so. We just need a little bit of this. And then I wonder if we can bring down the level of light from this. It's still very dark here. So this color is not this color. What is going on? Why is it like this? I think I'm doing something wrong. So what if we just set this to white, for example? Didn't like that. Maybe that. So there's something going on here with the something here not being clamped. Okay, let's just bring them in one by one and see what already there we're screwed. So how is this possible? Because it's what do I want to do? I want to like clamp the value albedo G times mol green between 0 and 1. 2 beers waiting in the fridge. Nice. I've got this. It does kind of look a bit like a drink. Can even hear the ice rattling a bit. But it's just Monster. So here It's definitely this line that does it, but it's just like, oh wait, this is blue and red, so this will do it. So this is meant to bring a gradient down here, but everything that's above gets 0 green, which is not necessarily what I want to do. let's do this little trick here. We duplicate this and just flip it upside down. This is exactly the same that I do in when I actually run the game. Don't remember why I don't just do this there, but that's maybe something for the future. At least now we're getting this. Let's hide the ocean for a second. But even here, you don't see this now, because it's white. It's not gonna show up. There we go. That's a lot better. And now we can get this thing back in. Oh, wasn't too much. Okay.
Hello. The date is July 12th, 2019. And I just thought that I would tell you that I love you very much. We are currently living in a car and not having very much fun with it. But we're surviving and we love
This is way too much green now. What is causing the amount of super green here? I realize I could probably do this thing in a post-process step, but I don't know. Is it this? Yeah, that's the whole thing. So even less? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Take a look in game. Hello? Oh, it's because this is so black now. Yeah, it's more natural colors, I guess. Or like closer to how light would work for real, and probably easier to work with. So let's start here and adjust the other stuff. I think I just have this material here. Make it brighter. So I think the thing that I had on this, let's pick another seed to test with that has these like semicircular parts. This will, I want to say this will do, but it's hard to tell what's going on. Anyway, I think it's closer now. But I think I had a negative emission value to cause the blue to turn into the purple. And especially like in the crevices here, it was looking kind of sweet. That's strange. I think we had a little bit more on the noise there, it would look better. These are pretty good. Maybe they can be a little bit darker just for the contrast. And the value I think I had negative was this albedo emission contribution. I think I had like a pretty big negative value, like 6 or something. Then I don't know what this was. If it doesn't react like that anymore. It's not the same material as the other either, which probably is a bad idea. We could probably switch this shader out to the other one. And just copy over all the values. Or make similar ones. This base level new. Make it like some color that can be visible. Hate that I can't get rid of that. And then I know that I have like a concrete I think I used this thing on it, but it's so dark. Grab something else. Yo, Festus. Sup? We should really get rid of all this Destiny stuff in here. Okay, we can use this, I guess, but at a different scaling. Why is it so dark? What am I doing wrong? Why is it not brighter? Because the blending is not there. No noise texture. I love that you can just make them in here and not have to like yeah, I think that the noise thing is causing it to be a problem, but we'll figure it out. UV scale. Bigger, smaller, in this range. Is it a little bit of like, I don't know if is it like a vaporwave going on with the like the marble look of things? Just like old, really old 3D render feel combined with the quantization effect. Just kind of works. I think I need to be very careful about how I. But no, this is... Yeah, it is. I think I need to be careful about how I apply the thing, because these get a bit too polygonal. So if we just pause the music for a second and listen to Alfred's ambience thing, which I feel like a guiding darkness. Like, listen to this. It's sounding oppressive as heck. And I want the levels to feel more like that. I wonder what how I should do that. this one needs less of this thing. Let's go like object mode, vertex paint. Just gonna paint out the Joe Gopher, what's up? Yeah, now we get a little bit. That's the amount that I want. I think these are a little bit too dark, maybe. So maybe we can get a little bit in here. A little bit more spec on them. You can tell there's a different material. At some angles it's a bit too bright now. Get it down to here, maybe. Do this, and then we'll toy with a little bit of emission. Doesn't do anything. The heck? I turn off emission. It totally did. Let's get rid of Santilla for a bit. Turn off Spotify. Hey, Kev, what is up? We broke it. Let's do like emission. Why are you so angry? Is it because I don't have RGB there? It is. Cool. Waiting for your new washing my... I can't speak. Things are pretty good. I'm starting to learn a little bit more about like environment modeling, or like how to make modular stuff. Some tricks learned from stuff like people do these like model rips from games. So I've been looking at like Destiny, for example, the Vex architecture, trying to learn how people do shit. And it's good times. So for example, some of the I guess you already know this because you're like you've been doing environment stuff, but like the way you do edges, how you don't have harsh edges, like in here. Wow, that's really not very loud. Yeah, how you use like smooth normals everywhere, but you kind of compress the normals along the edges so you can get sharp edges with that. But yeah, it's a work in progress, for sure. I'm not sure that I want to how much I want to have this, because I kind of want things to look more evil or like oppressive or whatever, like the sound we listened to for a couple of times before. Anyway, this it's starting to come together a bit. And I like how it doesn't look like, oh, here's a World of Warcraft thing. It looks like more of a realistic thing, but very simplified. Almost like it's see it generates these like islands that are connected like this. I think there's a lot of things to like here. But yeah, I might want to add in things that are evil into the design language somehow. Yeah, everything here is like cobbled together by the computer. Like all the levels. I only make parts of it and then it's procedurally generated. See, I can get a lot of them if we want to. The method is simply I can show you. The method is that I make these modules, and each module, I'm going to turn off the effect for a second, has these connection points which have a direction and they have a collider. So the blue, light blue box around there, you can't put any other modules. So for example, around these, I have multiple boxes. So I just plop down one, and then I keep track of how which connections haven't been connected yet, and then I try to pick a random connection on a random module, just see if it fits. If it doesn't overlap with anything, then I put it down, and then I have more open connections. And then with the way I've set this up, this one has like a connection here, and then it has a connection there and there. These are actually spawn points, so they look the same, but they're different. This guy over here, bit of a bigger thing, has a connection there, connection over here, right? So more or less, it kind of works. So here's a problem I'm seeing. When I randomize these, it actually has like the same collision thing. And if you're shooting at this corner, like someone there, you'll be annoyed. So it would be really good if we could also change this polygon thing. I don't know if we can. Nice, Gopher. Go for it. go for it. Is it classic Festus? I haven't, like, I don't know. Is it very common to use this technique? I haven't seen it a lot. Sigurath. I guess they do it in. Haven't seen Sigurath, but it isn't that on a grid. Is it the? No, it's T. Sigurath 2? There's a new one. It looks a lot like it's just like a grid. Mine can have any size, and you can have angles and stuff. So it's a little bit different, at least. Either way, doesn't matter. I was thinking about this collision mesh issue. Is it possible to do that? So we can have like we call it like a collision shape and add if collision shape not equals null, collision shape equals mesh collider. What was it called? Concave polygon shape 3D new, or rather, I'll just do shape dot mesh set mesh. Let's look at the slowest 3D collision shape. Can we have like convex and just create it from create convex collision? What's this? Creates static 3D child node with complex convex polygon shape 3D collision shape. So this lives on this. Nice. So we could then do create convex collision or try mesh. We could do that and just get rid of this. Saves me from some issues maybe. And it works. Nice. And if I were to shoot, let's go get a test. So here, for example, if I shot like there, it shouldn't collide with it. But there it collides. Nice. So that actually worked. And it didn't seem to be very slow. It's maybe a bit slower, but it's not horribly slow. So damn it. Never getting rid of this coffee sneezy thing I got. I think the underside shouldn't be less textured. It should be more textured, if anything. Well, that's where I'm thinking about what can we do about that. We don't have to solve that right now. How are the effect shaders called in Godot, or is it just same? I'm looking for more information on the web. What do you want to learn? VFX stuff? Here's a big issue with that thing. Like the post effect shader doesn't really exist in official Godot right now. It's custom build. Okay, there's definitely like a quite a bit more lag now that I restart due to this part. For performance reasons, it would make sense to just have a cube collider on this. Wait, it should be a static and then a collision shape 3D. Just a box shape of 5 by 5. I bet I could pre-bake the collision mesh for the, because now if I shoot here it will hit the corner, I guess. Maybe not there because that's not using that particular prefab. We'll figure out what we need to do with that later. So, do we do the block generator tool, or do we do something else? I mean, it would be fun. It would be a learning experience. So this is how I think about it. Let's do it, but let's first clean out the thing from assets we shouldn't use. Specifically, we don't want all vex blocks. So let's get rid of that. We want to get rid of these from here too. Temp. Just get them out of there. Does textures have something we don't want? Got temp in here too. I think we'll keep that. It's just bullshit. Environment. Another. I don't think I used this. I didn't clear the. I I think these could be useful, but especially this texture I like. Let's not commit that, but whatever. Sweet. Let's go clear modules and then save and then go in here and then we'll just briefly look through if this does seem reasonable. Yep. Let's do that. Push it, and now we should be in a pretty good spot to start something new. So this is how I think of this project, or this thing that we're gonna build. Sure, whatever. I'll draw some for you. Partly for you and partly for me, just so I can set up the way I think about it. Let's do it in 2D first. So I want to take any rectangular shape and I want to break it up into different parts here. Let's avoid swastification for this. I want to do more or less this. But I want to do it in 3D, and I want these to be randomly like divided and so on. This could be used for floors, it could be used for pillars, could be used for like raised platforms, stuff like that. If you think about this, and I have a slight like expansion upon it later, but which makes it make sense to how I see it. I see this as a bunch of voxels. These aren't quite right. They should be a perfect grid, but I'm doing this. Can I make it work as a grid easily? It doesn't really matter, but my idea is at least to keep this structure in memory, just a bunch of yes or no's. This is this type, this is this, or this is on, or this is off, and this is already meshed, or like something is instantiated there. What's going on with my camera today? So I would do something like this. I would fade these back. Rip. I'll pick potentially like a random one, but I'll probably start in some corner. We'll see. So I'll pick a random one, and I will like, yeah, this works like this, and then I will say like, okay, expand it in one direction. I will expand it like this, and I'll say, yeah, let's expand it in another direction. And from previous times I've done this in 2D, this kind of works. And then I flip between expand this direction, expand this direction, and in 3D I would also like expand in inwards direction. And then next time I do this, and then there's some criteria that just says, fine, you're done. Maybe it's the volume, or maybe it's like max 3 expansions, or like 1, 2, 3 expansions, something like that. And then I'll pick a random other one, like this one. And then I'll say like expand in this direction. It expands there. And maybe then I say like don't expand, or there's a random don't expand in this direction. Expands in this direction. And then we got this block here. And then we keep going, and we'll get all of these as different blocks, and we can do it in 3D. And the expansion of this is when we go grab and say like, do not, let's turn these ones off. Then we can make like a block like this and a block like this. And then eventually we'll get like a slightly irregular, maybe this one is also turned off. So get a slightly irregular outline of this. And that will make it useful for, you know, something. So what we need is like, we have a volume. Here's our like volume. It's got like a width, a height, and a depth or something like that. And then we can say like, it would be nice if it was just like 1 by 1 blocks, but might look better if those could be roughly 1 by 1, so that the grid becomes, if this is like 3.2 meters and we say we want to have 1 per meter, they're going to be slightly less or slightly bigger or slightly smaller depending on how this goes. And when those blocks kind of match up later on, we'll have something that looks good. So then we just subdivide with an not necessarily even, but like an integer number of divisions over this that matches up some block size, or is like a tile size or something. And we round the number, and we get the number of points on this side, number of points on this side, number of points on this side. And then we'll create the volume. We fill it in with values, and then maybe we'll like, let's lop off this corner. And maybe we can even do like more, say, underneath this value, everything is solid, and then upwards we say like, just randomize how tall from this point and upwards in the pre-step, and then we'll mesh it by mashing in these different meshes. Something like that. Okay. So how would we code this? I think I know. I think we should start. The idea is that, for example, currently, if this is placed like quite high up, I scale it to meet the water surface, and then we get these like super big distortions of the mesh. We get like, if I have a little bit of a difference just for the, you know, the sake of like adding some variety in there, that gets expanded a lot, and we don't really need or want that. So you can see how this could build like a stack of these, more like how I did it here, but with less distortion and more variety. And maybe it doesn't have to be like layers. It could be 1 is there and 2 and so on. So this is the plan for what we're gonna do the next couple of hours potentially. Let's do it in a new scene. Why not? 3D scene. Let's call this a... I wonder how I want to control it. Easiest way, probably... let's just enter numbers for now. No, let's do this. Let's create like a... The default node is a static collider. So let's change the base node. Static body 3D. And then we're going to have a... I'm going back and forth between node 3D and... or a static and maybe a CSG. Maybe it should be a CSG. Because they're really easy to work with. Block tool. Because I really like the idea of this, where I'm like, I can just do this, and it should, but like, while I'm doing this, it should regenerate, and it doesn't have to be like snapping to anything, and I can. Is it possible to not render it? The problem is that the if I do this, it's not going to render the children. I didn't think of this. I want it to be the collider. Yeah, let's actually not do it this way. Let's do it slightly differently. Let's start with a base. Let's call it block node, and it's gonna have... No, it's... I'm just considering, do I want to create sub nodes which have colliders and stuff, or do I want to do a multi-mesh to make it fast? For the jaggy things, then I actually need to make it in some other way. This is where I'm not sure. The easiest way to do it is probably have child nodes for now, so I can... and that's the most flexible thing too, and then I can have an optimized version that uses multi-mesh instance. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Block tool. Joe Munglo, what's up? Yeah, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to use the CSG box. Let's just call it like bounds for now. This is going to be the thing we use to set up where things are. And that's pretty good. I probably want to use, if I scale it, I want it to take the scale into account as well as this, but we'll see. We'll see about that. So, okay. We got this. We can hide it and still... Oh, we can't edit it while it's hidden. Can we fade it out by using transparency? Sort of. We're gonna simplify. We're not gonna use that. We're just gonna set something. Cool. Scripts. Let's create a new one. Let's create a level, and we're gonna create this folder called like the block, not the expand folder. Create block tool. I bet we're gonna have more files in there later, but block tool GD sounds good. Let's make it. This is gonna be a tool script. It's gonna extend node 3D, and it's gonna have a bunch of these exports. We're gonna have like size. Let's do like a 10 by 3 by 10 or something. And then we're gonna have like the block size, or and I don't think we want to do it in 3 dimensions. It might be easier to just do it like this. Then we're gonna need a prefab or something like that. We can just create cubes for now, but it might make sense to be able to like this, and then we want to have some ways of detecting when something has changed. And then regenerate. So we want a function for regenerate here. We want a clear function. That's gonna delete all children. And I think we also want a seed. I'd already figured it out. Let's just have the this thing. We can call this setup. Fine. Just to make it work with the other system. Doesn't like seed. It's called random seed. Cool. How do we visualize this? What's the easiest way to kind of draw something in Godot? Probably creating a multi-mesh instance. Hello, Chibani. This begins with find do that, and then we can have our export var debug multi mesh. Set it to 0. Let's set up each dimension in size or like voxel counts. And there's a vector 3 int that I want to use, and I want to create a vector 3 I using these roughly, and I don't really need that. Print voxel count. So I just want to see how that turns out. These are gonna be always floored, which is, I guess, fine. Could be, but they're also gonna be like at least one, just to be sure. Damn it. Oh, it's so much faster to just click. Ugh. Let's add the script. Maybe we should save it as like block tool. In prefabs. Thank you. Hello, Wendick. What's up? Oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Cool. Let's create our sub node here. The multi-mesh instance 3D. Create a new multi-mesh, and we're gonna do like a new. Let's start out with just like little spheres. I'm thinking like 16 by 8 or something. And it should be transform format 3D. We don't need custom stuff. We might want to use colors at some point. But for now, we're just gonna create these. Make sure we have a way to correctly like debug this. Seems about right. Let's call this debug multi-mesh. And what? Stop. Okay, I'll do it that way. Block prefabs comes later. Unfortunately, pressing this just crashed the thing. Okay, I don't. At least it does like 10 by 3 by 10 now. And if I set it to be like 1.5, it's 626. Pretty good. Let's try to do the multi-mesh again. Might be that we can't set it to 0. That might be the problem. Little. I mean, we could do little boxes. Maybe that's easier to see. Make them 0.1 by 0.1 by 0.1. Really? They should be 1, and then we can. Or. Yeah, let's make them 1. Okay, so block tool, save, do setup, and it crashes again. So it's probably something about multi-mesh being a pain in the behind thing. Try it out. See if it crashes again. It still crashes. What is going on with that? Oh. I don't really even use it. Like, the heck? Does it try to delete it? So queue freeing a multi-mesh kills the editor? Weird. But at least now it doesn't crash. Cool. So now we want to set up these. Seems about right. And then we want to set up all of those. So I guess we do like 4x in voxel counts x. We don't really want to do that. Let's get rid of this. Keep this, which I actually think is correct. I don't know if the transform is correct though. Let's see if wait, it is not connected. Did it crash? It hasn't crashed. It's connected. Do it this way instead. Want scale, but we want like vector 3 1 times 0.1. Yeah, we just want to set transform something. Set instant transform. Here we go. And for now, we just want to set this, which seems correct. So x, y times that, and z times that seems correct to me. I think it's transform 3D. Cannot find new what? Something along those lines. This, I think, should start rendering stuff for us. But nothing. It hides it. Is there an error? Instance count. Hey, look at that. We got our thing. And if I change these, nothing happens, of course, because it doesn't know that it should redo stuff. I wish there was a good way of detecting when anything has changed. Because I think I could do a lot of this in a process thing. We could do it every frame, or we could cache the values and check if the values have changed. We could wrap all these in different. No, but let's just do it in process. You can use setters, yes, that's what I usually do. But since I have a bunch of them, and I might want to like control the size from somewhere else later, that might be something. So what we could do is just say setup here for now, and then it should sort of just work, except it doesn't. Might have to reopen it. Yeah, so now it just like does this every frame. Which brings us to the next part of this. Let's just not print that. I would like these to be offset so they're in the center. And I want them to, I want the size to always be exactly the size, but it's like scaled to have the right number. So these X, Y, and Z, and especially T, should be block size, and then something that turns this voxel count into the actual size. So it's like the voxel, not block size here. It should be like the voxel counts, X, Y, Z, divided by size X, for example, and size Z. This is what I think. And that should go in to X, Y, and Z. So we want actually to have a, this is correct, this is not correct, and this is where I need to like have the center position of each thing be scaled by this. I think center is good because it's easier to scale it, but it might be a corner. We'll see. And this should be like more or less this, but not block size. Instead, it should be voxel scale, and then this goes in here. So it doesn't, it sort of works. But it feels like it's doing kind of the opposite of, like snapping to the wrong, it should be extending, not pulling back. Why is that? Is it not division? Yeah, it should be the opposite. This should be divided by this. Yeah, that's what we want. Now it's looking like it's snapping, but this is correct. And then the outside of this box should be set up correctly as well. Let's set up some cached stuff in here. Cached size is one of the things we want to have. We want block size. We want that's about right, and then we can have a function that can see func is dirty, yeah, like that, and then in process if is dirty, do setup, and then in setup we will, the last step, just remember these values. This way it should be if a change is needed. Cool. So currently we're deleting all our child objects. Let's do a different thing. If child dot name begins with block. If it does that, we delete it, otherwise we don't do anything. That's all well and good. We could put in some sanity values on these so it doesn't like make too many. I really don't like the outline on the debug mesh. Can we get rid of like showing that? No. If it's selected, there we go. Sweet. Now we can just like do this. I would love a collider on the outside of this, or just something that shows us the actual size of the thing. It's also something to be said for having like the pivot not in a corner, because it's much easier to rotate when it's somewhere else, and it's possible that it should be like in this bottom center. We'll see about that. Let's get rid of some, at least the origin. Sure. It can't be less. Sweet. I think this is pretty good. Let's do some more debug drawing here. We could do something to these, like attach a texture. Maybe later. Can we make them draw in wireframe or something? this is what we're gonna do. These do have. Actually, don't think I have a grid texture, do I? Grid. Let's create one quickly. (64 by 64). Let's make it actually transparent in the center. Sweet. Let's save it as a PNG in Ocean Mirror Assets, Textures, Temp. No, not Temp. It should be like Debug or something. Debug. Call this Transparent Grid. And potentially it should just be white so we can color it better later. And then we'll make sure this has a material that has that texture, transparency, alpha, mix, cull mode, potentially disabled. I don't know, vertex color, we don't use that. Albedo, texture, grid. There we go. Ah, these don't have the type of. That's annoying, but we can fix it. We do have this undestroyed cube here, and I think we might want to use this for other things in a bit. Let's do like, let's call this something else. Let's call this like debug or like rounded cube. Sweet, and the only thing we need with this is that it needs a texture from all sides, and I think like a cube projection on it would be the way to go. Perfect. Now we just need to use this here. Assets, models, brutalist. Probably should have been in another place. Brutalist rounded cube. Can I cannot. That's okay. It's got the wrong size too. So it's gonna be too big. We'll fix it. So it's 5, so we just scale it by 0.2. It should be 1 by 1 by 1. Or the same size as the other ones. Looks about right. So if we did basis identity scaled with voxel scale, either it's twice as big or it's perfect, or it didn't work. Okay, so why? I just saved the Blender file in Godot. In the save the Blender file directly inside of the project directory in Godot. You will have to set up in your editor settings a Blender path, unless you have it's called Blender 3 path, but I'm on Blender 4. But you got to set that up to the folder that contains the file. Unless you have blend.exe or whatever in your path, then you don't have to. But this is the way I've got it set up, so it picks the right version always and so on. And then it's just simply import settings exist on blend files. You can then import as different things. I wish there was like a mesh collection here. Maybe I'll try to write an extension that does this. But anyway, I'm a bit surprised. Did I scale the wrong cube or something? No, it looks correct. Voxel scale is not the right thing then, I assume. If I don't set up the basis, what happens? Oh wait, it no longer does it if I just change the code? Gotcha. It's gotta be like this. There does seems to be some drawing issues here. Let's make sure the material is nice. Cull mode back. Like it's drawing in the wrong order. I want it to be alpha scissor. There it is. And then we can just like pull it down to black or something, and it'll be roughly showing us the maximum sizes, or the voxel sizes. Hello Matthew, sup? Hello Landscape. We're working on a thing, so I'm working on a game that I'm working on environment stuff for my game. So I made these like blocky things, and I want to make a simple tool that just generates like patterns of these blocks inside of a rectangular shape. Like this floor thing here could be regenerated, because let's see if I can find like a good example. Everything is procedural, so it might make more sense in some. Yeah, you can see it here, for example. Like, it's kind of weird how these are scaled, and I want to make something that generates that better. Here I think is an even better example. So it just takes whatever this is, at what height it is, and just scales it down, which is annoying, of course. And it would be nice if it scaled it more better, and then just added more blocks on the on height when it's needed. So I'm making a thing that kind of fills in a thing with random block sizes. But we just started, so I'm just doing the debug drawing at this point. So yeah, what we have so far is just this, and we can change the size of the thing, and it just like adds as many as we need. Change the block size. We have quite a lot of them, or we could have fewer. So now our tool is going to work inside of this voxel space. It doesn't care about the actual scaling. It'll do that later. And we're going to like pick a spot, and then we're going to expand in first like one direction, then another, and then a third, and then cycle that until we have a block of the size that we like. which it should be configurable. And then we can pick another like open block that hasn't already been expanded into. And then we'll do that until we have no unexpanded blocks. And I don't know exactly how to do it yet. I've done similar things in 2D, but not in 3D. So we'll see what happens. We do have voxel counts here, which is a good start. I want to set up 2 voxel arrays. One that is whether or not we should expand into something, or if it's like a solid spot inside of that voxel field, and one is like, have we expanded into this? And I think the simplest way of doing it is to have a function that turns. Let's do a local function. I think we can do that, right? No, we have to do like var get index, and then we do like it is that, I think, yeah. But get index must be a func like that, I think, to get it correct. No? This is not how you do it? I could do it in a recursive manner, but I think I'm not gonna do it in a recursive manner. We'll see. What are we missing here? Standalone expression line has no effect. Even if I do that? Closing after lambda parameters. Yeah, this is not how you write it. And I actually think it would be better to have like x int, y int, z int. Still angry. Oh, of course. There we go. Now it's just yellows, which means it's just not used. Sweet. So now we can have 2 arrays. That's gonna be, one is like the solid array of bool, which is gonna be an array of a certain size. Can I initialize? So you do array resize, adding a fill. Did they do this? Completed. Let's see if it does seem to exist. Solid dot resize to be that. Nice. And then we'll do like a similar things for the expanded. Yeah. Now for I have no idea what the most like let's have a or call it total voxel count instead of having that code repeated. Less error prone. Solid fill exists with true and expanded fill with false. Now I want to figure out if every node in expanded has been filled or not. So I want to do something like while, and this we gotta debug this too, which is interesting. While expanded any, and then we have our little lambda func, and this is gonna get the content. Oh, what's it doing? Maybe this just did what I wanted to do. I don't know. That's not what we're gonna do. We're just gonna say like pass. Let's not do this because it'll soft lock. We have a get index function. Let's have a var is solid. Yeah, I think you had something there. Is expanded. We could go through all the voxels just in like our these still. Wait, what? I don't think that's true. Too many arguments for get index. I don't know why this is angry. The local variable is solid is declared but never used. Okay, so that's solved. Something overlapped with get index, I guess. Okay, never mind. So maybe we don't want to do this. Maybe what we actually want to do is just go through all of them. This might be the simpler start at least. So if is expanded xyz continue. We don't want to do anything if it's already expanded into. Otherwise we're gonna start expanding we want to create like our start start position is that, and then end position is that, and then we want to do we can try just doing it all of them until, and then have some chance value so it doesn't just like fill it up. Let's do like max volume. Is that a good idea? Max block volume is like 4. And then we can do like while the distance seems correct. Get block volume from start to end is less than max block volume. Expand the block, check if the block is solid. This I thought to, I don't like this code that much, but it or this or not as solid. Continue. That's good. We're gonna need like a structure that keeps track of the size of our things. So what we could do is like have a block instance, and it's just a class extends ref counted or whatever it's called. Let's call this like block instance, and then it just contains start vec3i and end vec3i and center vector3 get start plus end divided by 2. No, it should be start plus end divided by 2, but it should be end minus start divided by 2. It really doesn't understand the syntax. Why are you so angry with this? Oh, I actually have to do this. That's all right. Still angry? Hope this works. Sweet. Now we need a list of blocks as well. Still angry? How? I don't even know. Blocks is an array of block instance, and instead of this that is probably correct, so I don't know. Or block is new block instance. But you don't do it like that. You just do it like this, I think. This is just like not found. Really? Do we need to have like an init function? Still angry. Are you, is it actually broken, or it really doesn't crash? So here's our multi-mesh, I guess. We're gonna hide this, and we're gonna do it differently. So we do like debug dot multi-mesh instance count is gonna be blocks size, and then we'll do for each for block in blocks. We want to set up the this, but center position we already have, so we don't need that. We can just do block dot center, not position, just block center. Basis is scaled with voxel size, which is not gonna be correct. It should be the size of the block. Which means that should work, I think. And then it creates this. Which I don't think is correct at all. No, that's not correct. It should be in blocks B in block size, and then block is blocks B, and this should just be B and T. But it's not only blocks size, it should be also the voxel scale here. That should come in somewhere like that. And unfortunately, I think that's gonna also offset the center, which I think should be voxel scale, but I'm not sure. Because these values for the block is just like in voxels. With any luck, it should like disappear here, but I don't think that worked. Is too broken. Instance count is true. What? It doesn't know what block instance is. I'm gonna go ahead and just put this here. Get rid of this. Go away. Go away, I say. Function voxel index not found in base self. It's right here. Is this one of those where you have to like do call? I don't like that at all. Same with this expanded. Luckily we don't do it a lot, so yet, but I think we might do it more later. Block instance is not a function. New. Can we not just pass these instead? X. Maybe these should be like +1. Actually, yeah. Okay, cool. Expanded. We want to like have a set function var set expanded and set solid. Cool. We just want to do like set expanded for that. Cool. Maybe. Still nothing. But why? Why, like, oh, it's not even compiled, I guess. No. Nothing happens. Would be helpful with some errors or something. This is definitely something that's nicer in... since this happens, I'm taking it, it like really doesn't... It hasn't recompiled this because it thinks there's an error somewhere, but it doesn't give me the error. Like it's still doing the old stuff here, but it something around instance count. So how can it actually just do this? Yeah, there's nothing in the console. I guess it's this. Instance count larger than 0 is true. So maybe block size is 0. Voxel count XYZ is expanded or not is solid. I guess if there's none, maybe we can get into this state. So solid is true on all of them, it should be, and expanded should be false. Now we can do this for testing. See if this does any... Oh wait, is it working? That's not likely, is it? What if we didn't do this? Or if we did like 0.1 here. Okay, so it is working. It's just me who think I'm not the best programmer in the world, but I actually am. Nice. At this point, I feel like maybe the mesh material should be solid for the sake of it, and then maybe like we can have a little bit of... Wait, why is there no... Texture is there. Transparency... Oh, it's maybe because I have... Nope, I don't understand. Transparency is disabled. Why doesn't the color work? There we go. It's something. Oh, we also have this ugly compression on this. Show in file system, I guess. Import, compress, lossless. There we go. It's got a little bit of a weird shading on it, but that's all right. I guess now we can pull this down and make it like a little bit subtle. Good times. Never question it. Best program. Yeah. Sweet. This seems to be like pretty solid. Let's change the block size to create different densities here. Neato. Let me then try to expand here. But the problem was this. So if is expanded, return expanded for voxel index call. So is this wrong then? I don't think it is. This will like seems all right. That does look right. But this doesn't seem right. If expanded, all of them are going to be solid. So let's see if this is the issue. Or seems correct still. Anyway, let us see if it works then somehow. What do we want to do? We want to test expand is in one direction first, just to see if the blocks do it. Thinking maybe this should be in vector 3i because it can't have other things. We just need to make sure we do this. I think. So we got the volume, which should work. Why doesn't it highlight int as a type? Unsure. But just do like for it should expand it, and then we just say like if randf is less than 0.3 break, and if it's already expanded into break. I don't think this will be that interesting, but we'll see. Seems to be doing nothing. Really? A badass Skullbat morphed into this FPS game that we're making. So yeah, this is Skullbat now. It's sort of a different game. So it's got this mechanic, which is the main thing. And also, if you want to, you can wishlist this. No, this is Ocean Mirror, 100%. But Skullbat was the original. What's going on with my throat? Yeah, Skullbat was the original project, and then morphed into this. Hello, Hadouk. Anyway, this voxel script, it's I think there's something about this which is not. Is expanded. All of them are going to be solid, so we don't need to check that yet. Is expanded. I mean, it really shouldn't matter. Fill with false. Yeah. I mean, it works, but is it even block end, start and end? Yes. Is still an error? That might be why it doesn't update, or look at that. It semi works. Now we just need to do this in 3D. I mean, the workflow is not great. Let's say that. But this is all right. We're gonna fix it by not scaling in two weird ways. So one way of fixing the scaling is to always have relatively like cube stuff, which means that we can like turn this, which seemed to actually have worked, into a thing that expands in different directions, but it just does all of them and checks all of the sizes. I mean, we could just do yeah. Let's call it max block size instead, and do it like this. So we'll do if not is expanded for this value, which just counts up, should be right. It increases the end by 1, yeah, and then it sets it to expanded, and then it breaks. So now if we do this, we're gonna see square blocks or cubic blocks. It didn't recompile, I think, but I don't know why, because there's no error checking or error reporting. Why? Hello? The old scripts. I don't get it. Why? Oh, it needs to be... We can't set expanded here. We got to do that later. That's why. Set block voxels to expanded. Stuff like this is so good in not really, no. It's still not compiling for some reason that I don't know, and it doesn't tell me. By the way, hi Spruce, how are you doing? Or it is working, it just... And struggling with Nuxt. Yeah, I could see that. Is it max block? See, it hasn't even changed this to max block size. Now it has. So I had to like... Oh, look at that. It sort of kind of works. Let's have a chance for it to... If random randf is less than something, just break. Let's do it for all of the dimensions. Dude, it works, but it doesn't work quite. I think we have an off by 1. It seems like. Definitely off by 1. Apparently you have to send a post request to a post endpoint and not again. You know. If I add another one here, will that solve it? It does not. It breaks it because set expanded doesn't check. Is this... So how come we... I just realized a slight hiccup with this plan that might be a problem for us. That is, when I drew it, I kind of wanted non-integer position of these cuts, so I might have to think about that. What do we do to remedy this? There's quite a lot of them. Is it only in one direction, by the way? I only ever see it in... No, it's in Z and X here, for example. It's probably in some other as well. So why is that? It must be the checking then. Yeah, this doesn't work because it only checks the new thing. It doesn't check all of them. So this doesn't work. So we can't do this. This is sort of right. It just need to be like to make sure we can expand in a direction, we need a function that's like is expandable, and it's a function that takes a vec3i start to vec3i end, and returns a bool. And what we're gonna do is say for in ranges like that is expanded, return false, but if everything works, return true. So now we can do let's do cubes first, just for the sake of not having to do all the stuff. So we do like desired size or desired expansions is from 1 to block size. Yes, and then we'll do like for I in desired expansions. This is probably very close to what we want. But we'll do like var end equals block start plus I'm sorry, R3. I don't know sort of what that is even. I think we just don't do a lot of that. Something like this. And then we'll just say if is expandable from block start to the new end. Let's call this new end. If it is, then we say like end is new end. Otherwise, we break out. And then and it needs to start at 1, I think. And then the rest should be the same. Right, so now it tries to go outside. We can't have that. We could put that check in expandable. If I don't know if this should be greater or equal to. I think it should be like this, but it does seem reasonable to me. Let's try greater. From what I can tell, there is no like overlaps. This seems to work. Can do larger max block size. Then we can do this to kind of so this works, but it's not quite what I want. I want it to be like elongated sometimes. So we don't want to expand every direction all the time. So we'll pick a random direction. And we only want the positive directions. So we do 1. It really could be just a... Yeah, let's just do this. And then we pick a random one. Something like that potentially could work. Yeah, it did. It seems reasonably fast. Even with kind of large numbers. We probably don't want larger blocks than 3. I don't think it... this is also solid, which is something we could actually consider. We don't need to add blocks for things that are not right next to open space. It's not a voxel tool really, it's just a little toy. No, it's a procedural thing. I guess it's sort of a toy. Now we could start doing some randomizations here where we say like, okay, scale randomization, like do you want to make it slightly bigger? Do we want rotation, a little bit of rotation sometimes, and so on? Stuff like that. And we could have a random where it just like removes them sometimes. I wonder if the next step is to actually like instantiate the meshes. So we have a bunch of prefabs that we can use. And it just randomly inserts those in these positions. I'm getting both thirsty and hungry, so I'm gonna go, because this is we're in a good place now. We have the basics of this working. I'm half thinking it would be nice to not have this super gritty approach where maybe we could like take this and just scoot it over somehow, so it's a little bit less, you know. Block size is not part of the cache thing. It is. It should be an int. Mostly this will be like this kind of range. But yeah, let's I'll go check the fridge for some leftovers or something. I don't think we have anything though, but I'll be right back. Unfortunately, there's nothing. I'll fry up some eggs on a sandwich. I'll be right back. Is there no... Probably a bit bad. But I'll be back in a second here. Okay, I'm back. You'll be looking at my food here for a bit. So I just fried some eggs and put them on a sandwich. Swedes know hönakaka. How am I gonna eat this without spilling all over? This is gonna be messy. Round bread? Nice. Pretty good. The bread is a bit stale. Maybe a day or two too old, but there's a bunch of butter and shit. Had some chopped spring onions on top. Cheers. This is the bread. Kind of traditional, but at this point, Swedish shit. It's not very healthy. There's another version of this called Polarkaka. Which is even whiter. And this is the best one. This is one that I really like. Hönakaka is alright, for sure. Yeah. We have another version that sometimes is in these circular things like this, which is super. It's like crispy. It's hard, brittle. Usually, knäckebröd. I don't know if there's similar things abroad, but falu rågryt, yeah. There is one. The goat in terms of knäckebröd. It's actually it's not sesame, it's or sesame seeds. It's called something else, but it's in this range. Chia. This is the best knäckebröd. Also, like knäckebröd generally is pretty healthy, but this one, it doesn't taste as healthy. That's for sure. I mean, these are just sandwiches. We used to make like a layered polar bread pizza. Like, it's not really pizza, just like cheese. Some usually we had like a ham. What would you call it? Like ham and cream mixture. Oh yeah, for sure. Spirits. So it was like lots of cheese, lots of cream, lots of not that much, but a little bit of ham, and then it was topped off with, it's like 3 layers or so, topped off with tomatoes, like sliced tomatoes, and a layer of cheese on top. That was not healthy, but very, very good. Fin crisp is really good too. It's in the same family, I think. These are actually pretty good. The snack, the chips or crisps, depending on. But like these regular, original. What's this? Ooh, interesting. Check it out. These look pretty good, but these they look a little bit more like processed somehow. But they're having there's something about the taste that's really good. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go wash my hands. This image right in the bottom here gives me like an immense desire for frickin' summer, Swedish summer. Please come now. Oh Lord. Okay. So I did some thinking. I was thinking to instantiate these. Let's not do that. Let's just have a set of meshes instead that we can use. I have a problem though. Because my meshes are not the right size. Well, we can work with that. Let's just do like block meshes instead, and it's an array of mesh, and then we'll have like getting scammed for snow. I don't know, man. I'm done. I'm done with the snow. So I think this is fine, or it could be nice to do something, but we'll do some randomness to it later. So this is the basis. We have a bunch of meshes, and then we have a mesh scale, and then we'll set the mesh. Oh, I just realized the problem with this approach is simply that we can't have multiple meshes in the multi-mesh instance. Screw that. We still need need some kind of mesh or block scale. This assumes all of them are the same size, and in my case, I know they're gonna be 5 meters when they should just be 1 meter. So for now, we're just gonna do this, and then since we do have the clear thing which destroys all the children, when we are creating our blocks in the multi-mesh, we might as well just create a bunch of other now that sort of should work because I think this is in local space. What, Balrog? What? Really? I guess it's like, or I don't know if it's if you are talking around something or if you're saying it. Snow White? Not happy. Okay. I didn't follow. If you said grumpy, not grumpy, then I would. Is there a happy? Because I only hear it in English or in Swedish because of Christmas stuff over here. Anyway, I think this would work. but it needs to be scaled by block scale. Then I think we can do away with this. We can just show it if we need it. It is somewhat weird, yes. Agree. Oh, we had a crash? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see if we can get the meshes anyway. 3 quick load. What do we want? We want undamaged cube. No, wait, that's packed scene still. We don't have those scenes yet. Let's make them. If we do it, we don't have to have the scaling. It's pretty nice. 3D scene. Let's go get the cube. Or rather, can we just use the cube directly? I think so. Beautiful, but very, very slow. I don't know quite why, but I would assume there's a shit ton of children to this thing now. Let's close it down and open it back up again. My guess is that it has all of these nodes, but they're not owned. So we need to do that in level generator has this function called ownage. I'm gonna borrow that. Whoa, is really angry. Borrow this function. Ownage. I think we're gonna have to like kill Godot or something. Let's do that for now. Cancel. Turn off the block tool. Don't know what happened. Yeah, we want this, but only if editor hint thing. And we only remove the ones that are called block. So we need to make sure they're called block something. Yes, that makes sense. Wait, error. Why is it an error? Oh. So we got quite a few now. These I want to get rid of. But it just keeps adding, so that's not good. What is it crashing on? Get children on, that was level generator. Okay. I'm gonna move these to the top so it doesn't like spam kill me. Now we need to make sure this is not. It just keeps coming. Why? Stop. Don't do this. Okay, let's break it so that it doesn't happen. Just it's gonna say modulo errors now instead, so maybe now we have the time to get rid of all of them. Okay. Let's try this. Add the mesh. What's it called? The box. It's 5 meters something. Rock cube. No, it just keeps adding them. Why? What the heck? I think it hasn't like recompiled this properly, and that's why it does this shit. If meshes prefab something, connect them please. That was bad. This is why this happens. We have max block size. Bad naming here, so that caused this issue. No block meshes. And there we go. Now we get a bunch of them, but not an infinite amount. Except it doesn't really delete them for us when we're doing this, which is strange. Also, it forgot about all the... Oh, that's randomized mesh. Never mind. So how come it didn't... Because I guess those already existed or something? Just adds a bunch more. Ugh. Let's just destroy all children. That isn't... So we have a problem with the naming because it hasn't forgotten about the name these yet. So it doesn't allow like having the same name on things. This is pretty neat. But now we need to rotate these somehow and update the scaling to match that rotation. Not quite sure how to do it, but we'll figure it out. If we don't care about the name, it's okay, I would say. Like, we don't need the name to be correct. Sweet. Do we really need the debug? It's kind of simpler if we don't need the multi-mesh instance. Destroy everything. No errors. Sounds good. We can do different things like that. Nice. So if we do a random rotation around a value and then rotate the bases, maybe if we... Like if we didn't do this, or rather if we didn't do this, instead of like block instance scale equals, no, block instance basis is basis identity scaled through 0.1, for example. Didn't work. This do setup button, I want it on top instead. It would be easier to. Whoops. Put it here. Cool. So now we get all these. Now we want to rotate it randomly and then scale in world space up to the size that T is coming up with. So what do we have? Basis is, yeah, we don't really need this, do we? If we did this, no. We need voxel scale in there as well. Okay, cool. But what if I rotated this first? And I want like up first, and the angle is like rand I range 0 through 3 pi. Absolutely, that's perfect. But why is it angry? It isn't angry. It should be random I int. Now these are too big, but are they also like randomly rotated? Yes. And then we just need to scale this somehow. But I think it's gonna... Yeah, well, we'll see. Scaling... did nothing. we go. So now we can get different rotations. I didn't think that would work as well as it did, but it totally worked. And since Godot is pretty good, it's pretty fast as well, which is nice. Even quite a few blocks. I mean, this probably is a bit slow. Yeah. But there's a bunch of blocks here. This is very fast. Nice. And I think I want block size to be like 2 or so. And maybe max block size 3. I'm getting these kind of shapes. So if this was the floor, for example, it would be like 10 by 10 by 10. Looks something like this. Hello, Sub. What is up? Yeah, that's pretty good. The other thing that will happen is that this will be randomized from different things later on. And I think this is good. The only problem I'm having is that we're gonna have to figure out a way to scale this to surface. Let's add let's add a bool that is just set height to surface. Bool is in our case true. And if this is true, we will replace something in setup. We will say like size dot y equals more or less the global position y. If set height to surface, we set this before we do anything else. And the problem is that it's gonna be correct, except okay, it's not correct. There it goes. Now it's the height that is above the grid, tall, but I want it to be going downwards instead. So I guess I'll just add the global. If it is set height to surface, we'll add something to where we calculate the origin here. We'll just do like if set height to surface y origin plus equals global position y, but it probably should be minus equals, right? Because you want it lower. There we go. So now if I move this up, it's gonna recalculate like that. And I'm thinking maybe that the global position could Wow, it gets a little bit slow. Even crashing. That's not what I wanted. That is what I wanted. Jenga generator, yeah. So now it doesn't work because it is set height to service and it's probably at 0. It still doesn't work. What am I doing wrong? It's not even removing this, so something is like significantly wrong. There's no meshes. There we go. So the other part is my blocks might have a setup function of their own, and we can call that, and it will create their stuff. Let's see how it works. This should cause the randomization of the blocks, but I don't know. I've got the setup function, but my block tool doesn't seem to work. If I just pick one of them, like this one, yeah, it will randomize between different ones, so it sort of should work. But I don't see it ever picking any other, so no error. Well, errors, I guess. No. Is always the base one. And these what's it called? The block tool. Does this ever happen? No. So these never. Wait, it should be block instance, not block. So now it actually randomizes. Oh, this one has almost entirely. One cool thing with the setup function is that we could give it an optional seed like this. optional seed, or let's call it random seed. With -1 as a start. If random seed node is that, we can say like seed. Is it randomize or is it call seed? Like that. So if we want to have the same setup always for each, we can do just like random int. Like that. Now we'll get the same every time for the same seed, but we'll get different setups for each of these. I think that's pretty cool, and if it were in the game, these would look pretty good, I think. Sweet, I think we can start using this. The first place we could use it would be to replace the kind of slabs at the bottom of each module. And there is already one, but that's gonna be scaled, I think, so maybe. We have this, and we could put a block tool inside and set the size to 10 by 1 by 10 or something. And the slab could be positioned at 0, and then we can get rid of all of this shit. And we can actually get rid of this too, because all of those blocks have colliders. Something we might want to think about. One meter up, 2 meters up, 2 meters above, that's okay. I think that's what we do, and then we say like do setup. Oh, we also need to make sure this one is centered. It should be like -5 to -5. That's a 10 meter one. I think in many cases here, this is already in use. But I also think it's the wrong size. Why is that? It's the simplest one. It's got a strange offset. There it is. So yeah, it's too high up. It needs to be moved down. We'll fix that. So this, we move this up to 1 and this down to 1, 0. This level module moved it up. I think we're sort of fine. Where's the other ones placed? This is confusing. Did it select something here? If so, how, where? I'll do a radical change here. Set everyone to be at 2 meters up. And then somehow update the slabs. Alright, so just see if it works. It does not work. They're probably a scale to 0. No, why would that not work? Because we don't have a global position yet. In some cases. Maybe we have to do that. Check. Since this is only this now, what does this have to be like? It is in a group and it has stretch to surface on it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I want to really move this up one. This needs to be a node 3D. It already is. You can just switch out the script. Detach. Find the script in the file system. Block 2. And then we copy the stuff from here, more or less that we have a block mesh. If we do that, block scale is already set up correctly. All of the other things are set up correctly. The only thing that's going to be wrong is that we're not centered upon this. I think that's could be another thing, right? There we go. And there we go. That's about right. Now this one doesn't have the right slab, but it should be. Oh wait, it does. It just does it have like edited? I don't know. What's the size of this thing? We just create another one and use that instead. No, I guess we can just use this, couldn't we? If I just like pick different seeds for these, that works. And it's already correct. Ish, but it's scaled. That's why it's weird. We wanted to change this instead. I think it's 16 instead. Oh, we can do stuff like this now pretty easily. Like wait, I created too many. Thinking like it should not be height to surface, it should be centered. We can make it like 10 now. 10. Oh, how does that work? Is that generating correct? Or is it flipping things or something? Anyway, I think that would work. Let's see if it works in an actual run. Right, we got to do something about the. Look at that, it works. Holy shit. Do you get stuck on edges? Not really. Does it work upside down? Here I feel like I'm missing the. It's not quite correct. It doesn't. It's offset when it's underground. Ah, that makes sense. We need to do some difference when scaling is set to y scaling is set to -1. Or we don't do, well. Depends on how much we want this to be like a perfect mirror of the up. Okay, how do we handle this? The stretch, if it is stretched to surface, it should be the absolute. That's what I'm thinking at least. Where is stretched to surface? the absolute global position. See if that works. Because if it's below, it's going to be like even worse. I think we need to use, instead of up or something, we need to use like basis. Oh, look at this. That's pretty cool. Little hut. That's not what we want. The top side is correct, but the bottom side is not correct. Is it the positioning that's wrong, or is it... The height seems right, but the position now becomes wrong. So it might be as simple as the offset we're adding to be abs global position. I'm a wizard. I'm an actual freaking wizard. Nice. Okay, this is wrong, but I know why. So let's rebuild our stair here. We got like a billion of these. This one is fine. This one is the one we want to keep. And then we want to get rid of all of this. And all of this. And if we do this, it'll just like work. Maybe, maybe not. What is this? Is this also a slab? It is a slab, but the problem is that they're scaled. They need to be not scaled. Not that. Is this the right size even? 10 by 2 by something? Yeah. I mean, that should work. Let's try it out. There's no big stairs in here. There's one. Ooh. Why did that happen now then? Do I have multiple? There's one there and one there, and then there seems to be a stair and a bunch more slabs. We don't want those. That's gonna mess us up. Now maybe it'll work. Running up the stairs. How about under? Actual Procgen wizardry. Yes. Nice. Let's get rid of this shit. It seems to me there are some weirdnesses going on here. There we go. So it's still plenty fast. It's not as snappy as it was because now we're like doing a bunch of work on these. But it's still fast enough, I would say. No issues. Okay, I think we should commit this. It's pretty nice. We can use it for these as well. The only problem I'm having is that I probably want some sort of... maybe I should randomize the material between two versions of this rocky material. Do I feel a slight... No. I have Photoshop up, so that's probably it. If we wanted to do more, we could like randomize the size of things. Oh, we can use it for this. Let's just make sure we use it in the places where we should be using it. So one quick one would be to use it instead of this, or why don't we just like reset the transform and make it 16 by 16. Do setup, and now it generates a different one for this one every time. Nice. And then we got this big thing up here with these three. Get rid of them. Take the slab, duplicate it, move it up, turn off height to surface. Actually, we didn't need to move it up at all. And then one of these dimensions, I think it's this one, can be like 8 instead. We want precision, we do -4. And now we get different ones every time. Sweet. Cool. Wait, this is also a slab. We can just transform it. Get rid of this, make sure it's 16. Perfect. Get rid of this. Wait. Why was there still a collider there? Doing it. Yeah, I don't know if that is real or not. Because, yeah, this one is real. Stair is real. We've got a shit ton of like boxes. Ah, look at that. Even these can be replaced with the thing. Yeah, why don't we? Just duplicate it, turn off surface, make it, I don't know what the size should be. Maybe 10 by something. 4? A bit bigger, try. 6, 8, 7. Cool. It only generated one. Why? There we go. Cool. Let's make the wall in a similar way. Maybe we do 2 pieces. One is going to be how tall? 10 meters tall by 2 meters by 2 meters or something. Seems about right. Maybe this one could be a little bit shorter. Live on top of this. And then, yeah, we should also turn on this, I think. Because now if I click this, it selects the outer. Nice. Let's make it 10 units tall, but only like 1 by 2. Like this, and then we can do like, oh, I want the blocks to be smaller. Should eventually just like snap. Do they work angled? Seems like they do. Nice. Oh, one thing that I'm forgetting about is that if we are not in the editor, we want to turn off the process. If not is editor hint, we want to return, but then we also set process mode to disabled. Otherwise it'll spin for every like instance of this. It'll just keep spinning, which we don't need. It just does it once and then turns it off. That might help with performance later on. Let's see if it still works. So process mode is not good to turn off. Why does it work on this? Sometimes. Okay, so turning off process mode is not good. Set process false. I think this works. Unsure about the performance, like if it, because it kind of. probably just Photoshop, let's just say that. Cool. Let's try to vary up things. Computer is pretty angry now, which leads me to think that we're maybe like doing more than we should. Hello, Mind Rage. How's the cat thing going? Okay, cool. We now have the thing, although that doesn't look correct. What the heck? What did we change? Is this all the, like the... Okay, so what probably happens is that it duplicates the things, but it never runs the setup on the reversed side, which I guess is fine. We can just do one setup, regardless if we're dirty or not. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it like this. We say if it's dirty, do the setup. Otherwise, potentially turn it off. Okay. I can definitely feel like a lower frame rate than usual. But I wouldn't be surprised if it felt better when I'm not streaming, alternatively when Photoshop is not running. So I'm not 100% happy about how this looks. This is too flat. I want to toy with that shader. I think the problem I'm having is that I'm adding to the green channel, which may or may not be the collider count. I don't think so. I think it's just that Photoshop is running. But right now it's like running update on a bunch of these objects, but it's not that many. It's like I'll turn around with the shaders a bit here. This we can scale, I think. 1, 2, one that's shallow. So we know it kind of works for both these cases. 83 errors? We'll see about that. Let's go shader editor anyway. So let's start with the mull green here. We're just adding it. This is what I'm thinking, at least. What if we did multiply so we get more green? If there isn't that much green, we don't get any more. What if we... Yeah. Something like that might work better. The only problem is that albedo might be black. So we want to have like some extra color in there. That retains a bit more. See how it looks in game. Much better. You can see another thing here. The LODs flip. Probably... Yeah, I don't know what that is about. You can see it here too. I think, at least. This is a weird one though. How did this happen? Where does this wall live? That's just... that's not so strange actually, no. This is just the thing that we added manually. I still think it could be more... shader could be more. This maybe, and then I want this to be stronger. So like, not bad. Pretty neat. Let's see. Oh no, I missed like the entire day's worth of YouTube chats. I'm sorry. That was bad. If you're still here, Porngwin. Hello, Christian Serbalis. Hey. I'm so sorry. Okay, we got a little bit more here now, at least. think I'm happy with the shader ish. Cool. Are we ready for a commit? I think we are. Oh, we could add it to this block here. And those two up top if we wanted to. We need to do something around like where we are if we're around this surface, so it looks like there's something going on there. The load bias on our 5 meter thing is, I think we gotta get rid of that. So it's visibility or geometry or something. Load bias 128. So never load those. Or it could just be a bigger number. Takes a little bit longer to generate the levels, but I'm totally fine with that. Could be hidden with a little animation or something. Like if you black the screen out, you won't see the jankiness, and it'll look good. Like that little. Okay, cool. I like this. I'm pretty happy with the way the level generation works. It doesn't look super generated. And it's so easy to make modules now, especially with the new tool. Just pretty nice. Hello, Matthew. Thank you for the raid. I think I want to add back some stuff that used to exist here, like some boxes. And then there's the other little colliders. I can just like grab this. No, let's just use the rock cube. Put it inside of level module 9. Scale it down significantly. Is there, yeah, there's a little bit of there. Something like that, pretty good. This part now, what size is this? 10 by 2 by 8? You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Let's do the slab. But where should it be added? to level module 7. 10 by 2 by 8. Like that, but maybe further down. I could see 10, 10. Fine. Maybe this too could be. That's 10, 1, 6. Duplicate. Do not set height. 10, 2, 6. Actually 1. Seems about right. Sweet. Then we got these, but I'm fine with the way those look. Stair, that. Actually, we can try one thing with this. What if we made like a pillar? That's like 2 by 2. And this one goes to the surface. Like, put this in here. Looks a bit too little. Have a little bit of a problem here because this one is too far down, but we'll fix it. We'll do like slab. Like that. Maybe. Hello, El Rey Machines. We're not getting that piece at all. What? That's no good. I done messed up. Why? Turn 40. Doesn't have a collider, I guess. Or it used to. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that and then just do the static tri-mesh body instead. See if that works. I think I fixed this. This shouldn't be there on its own. But it didn't. No, I'm still falling through. Why is that? Because this seems all right. What's going on? Here is the little turny thing. It's got two slabs. It's got the turn 40, which is it looks correct. It's visible. It doesn't have like process mode turned off. This one is brand new. It's not scaled weirdly. It's on the right layer. It's got the polygons. Let's try with backface collision. I don't think we should need it. Maybe it's inverted somehow. Get any? Yeah. Okay. Backface collisions help with this one. But why? Let's take a look at the actual model. Oh wait, I think I have like a different, yeah, right. So this model, let's make sure we have recalculate outside. And then I think what I used to do is to actually have a CSG mesh. I'll probably remove that. So add CSG mesh with the turn collider. Yeah, that's nice. This one just hidden. It makes it so I don't have to care about these bevels. There's one. And I fall straight through. You might have to like go in here and make sure this one is actually updated. We also have another problem, and that is that we haven't turned on use collision. That's probably the only problem we had. Is there one over there? Yes. I'm a bit scared. Why is this starting to happen now? Is this because I'm non-uniformly scaling stuff? Or just unlucky? There's a certain amount, like there's a little bit too much like detail in the ground. It should be less. I think I need a less intense texture. But maybe we can just tweak the material slightly. Like one idea would be to not have that, and then just I just want to see how it looks. So yeah, this is not what we want either. This looks very like cartoony. It's kind of cool looking, but it's not what I want. I think I just need a better texture that's less. Whoa, frame rate. This is Photoshop. Sometimes you just have to. It is like Photoshop calling for attention. Use me to make that texture you want. This is what I have today. What if we blurred it? Get rid of a bunch of this. This is weird. I think it does. Please don't compress. That makes a huge difference. Is it the has it been the compression all the way that's been causing it to be a bit? I don't think so. I think it's still. Maybe a bit too much. We could do like a texture fade. Because this I think looks too. Wow, frame rate. It immediately gets like a little bit too much. I need to do something. Do we revert that? Try it. I'll check. Thank you, Hadouk. I got a message. Is Kevin is Kevin aware? Do you have like some contact? That's so like that's not a nice end of the week to get hacksword. That sucks. Yeah. Is there a an exploit or something, or are people just starting executables they shouldn't? Let's restart Photoshop. I'm not super happy with this texture anyway. Maybe we should pick something else. I have one more. Test my game thing. Okay. Classic. I do have a texture that's like the roughness texture of some other thing. Now it's a bit too much at this point, I would say. We'll see how it looks. It's almost something I want on the other side, because it looks almost like caustics or whatever it's called. Yeah, it's almost working down here, dude. We need to close down Photoshop, I think. Does it help? Just closing some things? Yeah, a bit. So I think what I want to be able to control this better is to actually have this material be like have a slider where we can fade in or fade out the texture. So there's like a crossfade between the texture multiplied by albedo and just albedo. Let's make that. It should be simple. Still have some errors here. that should solve it. Sweet. Let's see what we can do. Shader editor. Let's add a uniform float fade albedo texture base, and we'll have like hint range 0 through 1. Let's do one for red. I think I need a little bit more semicolons. I got the question yesterday on stream. Like, someone just asked, "Do you want to play my game, or do you play games on stream? Do you test people's games?" And it's easy to just like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll try it out," and then you don't sandbox it or whatever. Part of why I'm not doing that, I guess. So we got the thing. Now we need to put in an float albedo fade here. And we can, when we get these, just pass in fade base, fade albedo red. We can do all the calculations in calc material. Let's call it fade albedo texture. And then we want to do like albedo is that, and then we want to do result albedo is mix between result albedo and albedo color over fade albedo texture. So the higher that one goes, the more kind of want to invert these. So it starts with just I think that makes sense. I guess we can just put this in directly. So albedo color is a vec4, and we don't want vec4. There we go. So now we can fade this in, and we can say like, I want this much of the texture. Should help us quite a bit. This I feel also could be a bigger text, like a bigger scale. There's also the, if we got to figure out if we can use this with the normal maps and stuff. If it's if the license is permissible. If it is, I kind of think I want it. This becomes very bright. And the normal is too heavy. A little bit of that. Cool. And now we fade in the texture. The right amount. This is probably too. Yep. I should be doing that if I were to take on this. Oh, also, please come home. By the way, Hadouk, I love that you're always typing to me in English, and then afterwards you say like, fan engelska igen. I think we have a little bit of a problem with some of the materials. Does this look too cartoony? Like this cyanish tone? Because I think I like the structure better. There's something about the lighting now that looks a bit too much. And then these, of course, need to have some sliders pulled around, which shouldn't be a big deal. It's this material, which is concrete one. We'll just like fade in the texture. Probably should be. I need more to drink. My throat is cramping up. Let's see. I don't mind if they are a little bit different. One thing I thought about was like, what if we had like a random float that's just a random that we can get from various places, a shader instance thing that could control like a little bit of variation. For example, for these, one of them could be a little bit darker, for example. Yeah, I think I like this material. The only thing is I think it needs to be decorated. Oh, more of that shit. What is that about? I think I have an idea what it is. It is probably because I'm scaling things non-uniformly, and you shouldn't do that if they're colliders. Because sometimes it just happens. Yeah, man, I like how solid things look. And it doesn't look... it doesn't look too bad. This looks pretty bad, though. Or is it always that? Did I forget to turn on colliders on that part or something? See, this is just like pretty tall. Here we got a direct issue. But it's on like one of them. Or some of them. Does it have to do with like random rotations or something? We do with this we do like rotate the identities so what if we made sure we bet is this that's the problem. Like if it's got a negative scale somehow from this. So how does that even work? Can we read? Since it happens pretty sporadically, either we find like a seed where it happens. My thinking is maybe it's like a combination of rotation and scaling, or that's not at all it. Dude, I really like how this looks like painterly more than anything. I think like when you're rotating things weirdly and then scaling them, it might turn it inside out or something. Woo. Ah. See? Suddenly some are broken on the other side. But none on the top side now. Is it all of them? Because now I'm like stuck inside of something here. Always broken upside down now? No. There's a little bit too little like lighting information here. Everything bleeds together a little bit too much under. I need to think about that. There I think I fell through or... Yeah, this is weird. It's like it only happens sometimes. Like in some runs. Or maybe it's after I've dashed into a block that's strange or something. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like negative scaling. Hey. Oh. So for example here, this entire thing is like untextured. And these are really flat. That doesn't work. But yeah, I haven't seen it in many resets now. So I don't know. But I haven't changed anything, so I bet that this is an issue that's going to come back. I've been thinking about like one thing we could do with the since I'm using the same kind of prefab for everything, we could do like a forced thing. After it's like in the world, we could make the collider top level and make sure that it's edit like we edit the cube that's inside rather than scaling the outside, and that should sort of work. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, so let's take that line back. Those two lines, I guess. I could see because the first one just rotates around the y-axis. So if it comes back now, it could be that something happens when you rotate around the others, because then up can become down at specific angles. No, it just doesn't happen. Maybe it's frame rate dependent. Something just happened. These are in the setup after level generation group. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Evil ambience again. How can we make the game feel like this sounds? Starting from here. We need black swirly shit. That's how I feel about it. Hey, Spires! Thank you for the raid. Evil enclosed darkness. It absolutely is. It's one of the main inspirations, for sure. Ah, we found an error. Now I'm just not like passing through everything. So, first of all, let's check out what seed this is, and try to use that. How's the stream, Spies? So, is this the level we were just on? We need to not randomize the seed though. Let's generate in Reddit though, yeah. Sounds good, Spies. This error just came back after a while. But it is replicable now, so the question is, can we fix it? I do like my level generation and shading. I think it looks pretty cool. What is going on here? Why is this happening? It's always happening, first of all. And this has a lot of... Does it happen if I just like fall onto it? Does it happen on the other side? Just everything here is... It's stopped happening? This outer one... That one is broken. This one is fine. But yeah, so as soon as I enter that one, let's just see where that is. Let's see if we can see something in... It's that thing there. It's then... Is it that? This? Collisions one way. 1 second, I just gotta go get something to drink. My throat is cramping up. If you go, Spias, thank you so much for the raid. Have a good one. See you soon. Take it easy. Have a good one. So, like, we got this. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure that it still happens if we don't regenerate the level, because otherwise it doesn't matter. So we just turn off generate. Doesn't happen if we don't generate. But we're also having some issues here. So I guess since we know it's gonna be named, double check. I can go down here and then up through the one that I can stand on. This guy, for example. It's got a new non-uniform scale. Thank you, Rotra. Or I guess interesting could mean that they suck, but because I'm in a positive mood, I'm gonna take it as a positive. Let's see if we do like edit children, and we check the static bodies transformer rotation. Box shape looks fine. Thank you. The only thing I can think is that something is wrong with the scaling. But since we have this now, we can do this. Boom. We can easily try. Let's grab the player. I'll just do a little test here. What if it's because the player is full? No, it's not because I'm inside of things. That's not it. Now we can do tests. That's the wrong one. What if we don't rotate? Does that solve the problem? Does not solve the problem. What if we don't scale or in any way rotate? Solves the problem. Solves. Oh, swastika. You see it? Hope you didn't. So, okay. Just so it's got something to do with the scaling, and I know that you shouldn't be like non-uniformly scaling things. Don't quite understand why, but it's math. What if we just scale and don't rotate? We still fall through. Cool. Is it possible that block size becomes negative somehow? Almost. Some confusing naming for sure in this file. That didn't do it. So I don't think this is the case then. So another idea I'm having is, what if it's like basis identity scale instead. No difference. Let's could somehow any of these values be negative? So voxel scale, we can make sure that doesn't happen. Where do we calculate voxel scale? Here. I don't think this will solve anything. Then we got block scale, which is another vector, which I know is not negative and not 0. So that leaves it's a bit odd, I will say. I was thinking to maybe do some testing by in randomize mesh, which is only used in one place. I could add another part of the script where it would be like creating the collision shape and stuff. Like it's only the problem is with this. It's got a static body, and that's gonna have like weird scaling or rotation scale basis, whatever. So one thing we could do is just like dynamically create this as it's added to the scene, instead of what we're having now. So now it's gonna be like nothing is ever gonna have a collider. None of these have colliders now. But also, no. So cool. Now we can create this inside of here because it just happened to know something. The problem, I guess, is that the setup is not necessarily done yet. But let's try create a what's it called? Static body. Let's call it just like S body equals static body 3D new. And then we want to do like collider, box collider, Box shape 3D, I guess. It's called box then. And then we do like S body add child box, and then add child S body, but we need to say that S body is top level. It's not static body, it's static. Yeah, it is static body. Oh. Now I happen to know that these are gonna be like 5x5s. We do like some kind of setup on the box size is like vector 3. I'm gonna say like 0.2 times scale dot x. And we may, it really shouldn't be like applying the scale on this because it's top level, and we'll see if it's even close. Doesn't seem to do it at all. Oh, if it's top level, we probably got to set the position. And rotation after this. Now it's not gonna want this because yeah, it's gonna be angry with me because it's not added to the scene yet. Just pukes out errors. We can't quite do this until it is. Oh. So we need to add things first before we set these. Something along those lines, hopefully. Kind of 31. We can't. We shouldn't have to, but I wonder if something happens here. Or I worry. Very angry, very angry. Why? The problem is probably that something is not inside of the tree here. we could do this. Call deferred instead, and then maybe it'll work. So I don't know. Let's see if it looks like it has the correct collision shapes, which I bet it doesn't. I don't see any shapes here. Is it simply not added to? Let's see if we're doing something wrong. We create a new static body. And to that, we add the child collision shape, which has the box as its shape. And then we add as a child our own thing. We set the body to top level. What if we don't do the rotation thing? Does it create things then? Nope, doesn't seem like it. So why? This never happens? I think it happens. Yep. There is a bunch of errors though. I don't like this idea because it's gonna be filling up my. In the editor, it's gonna. Grrr. I don't know. This didn't seem to pan out that well. Didn't do anything. Can we do some other solution to this problem? We could use, instead of what we had, we could use a CSG box, hide it, use collision, and just set it to be 5 by 5. Maybe that doesn't have the problem. That did not work. Wonder if I'll have to, because this is generate. Even there, it doesn't help. Did I forget to turn on collision? No, it works there then, but not here now. Holy shit. There's something else going on. We have collisions. It is the right size. There were some errors coming up there, which I'm interested in figuring out what the heck that is. Now I can't even stand on that. But it is very strange. Isn't it very strange that it... I'm not even standing on... Like I can fall through half that. I've been trying to get around scaling stuff. But like... I bet that is just creating like a box. So yeah, indeed, if I don't scale a thing... now I'm apparently ending up inside of shit. Hello.
Hej,
How is the leg?
är det bra? How is it here on the screen?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yes.
Just having the same problem I had like a couple of months back, and that took me 2 weeks to fix, and then
Oh,
I don't have any idea why that happens again. Other than that, it's good, it's great, it's amazing.
but maybe you can ask me.
How are you doing?
Because one of my students today, I pressed Control Alt Delete,
Yeah,
aktivitetshanteraren,
yeah.
and he was just like, "Wow, how do you know so much about computers?"
Yeah, what?
It was nice for me.
Nej.
Men det är bra.
Bra. So... Huh? Oh wait, I got flip faces on the thing. I forgot that I put that on. But if I don't scale, you're correct. I don't have the problems. But I need scaling. So what I was trying to do was to scale the mesh, which should work, and then create my own collider on this particular object. But it didn't work. We can try a little bit more. Let's get rid of the CSG box. I was just hoping maybe CSG box wasn't subject to any of those problems. So if I just... I mean, might as well just do this. And it will just like do this and I'll fall through because now there's no colliders. Cool. Randomized mesh. But does not each box have its collider scale at 1? No. The boxes are non-uniformly scaled. And that is the thing that causes the problem. And I sort of know this. So I'm trying here to create a collider, but it doesn't seem to do that. Alternatively, I don't know. But I'm still falling through. I can't see the colliders. Even if I do like visible collision shapes. I was thinking maybe we could find where 0 is and see if there's a bunch of colliders there. So maybe we're missing something somewhere. What's that? That does seem like little cubes, for sure. Yeah, these are little boxes. So it just is not correct in terms of... This is gonna fill my scene with useless junk if I do this in engine, so... Let's do that. We've got to figure out why this doesn't work. We add the child to the object, and then we say it's top level, which should mean that it's the node will not inherit its transformations from its parent. Node transformations are only in global space. So first of all, we don't want to scale. So maybe at this point it doesn't have the scale, and it just sets the... Oh wait, this should be 5. Because it's... Yeah. Oh, look at that. Now they're actually here. They're just weirdly rotated. If I don't rotate them, maybe I can see what's going on better. If they're like looking like they're in the reasonably the right position. To me it seems that it's not at all correct. And we got a bunch of these out here too. It would help if it didn't show the debug for other things. This one is weird, But now otherwise they are correct. Is it correct in the underworld as well? No, it's a little bit broken. You can kind of tell that there's no collider here, and there's something else that's super broken. So, like, is it just too early, or? It's still doing the weird shit. Is there a debug color? Um, I don't like this is very very strange, right? So how can it work for many of them but just not some? All right. Let's see what happens if I restart the... Is there any difference? You can sort of see how it delays a bit before that one appears. My sense is that it rotates around the wrong axis. So that works, at least on this side, but maybe not here. Okay, okay. Does it work for these? Yes. But I did fold through something. I don't remember what it was. This thing. Might have been just at the delay. No? So this works. But this doesn't. These work, all of them. This works. These work. It doesn't work. At least it's consistent. It's weird that both of those were close to the player the player spawn position. I guess these are scaled. Let me check. The nub has no scaling. Collider has no scaling, I guess. Nub mount has a bunch of these scaling things. I think all of them might be scaled. Not that one. This one for sure. What if it was like uniformly scaled? And then this stretch to surface, that's definitely got a bunch of non-uniform scaling. I'm just gonna get rid of it for now and see if that does anything. No, I'm still falling through this one. Not that one. It does look like this one still has the scaling on it. Where is it? This remove is unconnected. I think this is not properly used in the other places then. Does it feel like it's like working for a second and then stops working? Like if I increase this delay here, would work for a bit and then stop working. What even is that? It looks like it's related to these guys over there. So that's the only thing I can see change. So I guess first of all, the let me try a few things. Set up all the setup things. Then we hide the library. what is this even? It removes the spawn points. And then, but it doesn't turn these off. Shouldn't it turn them off as well? I don't really know what this means. So something in the library causes this to happen. Because now it works. And we don't need the delay. I'm gonna bet. Look, there's a bunch of shit down here. Is there more and more shit? Out here we got various colliders. Let's restart and see what happens. If this breaks something now, I'm gonna like break down in tears. Still get the weird colliders. And they're not in existence here, so I guess they come from somewhere. So what if we don't do this? Frame rate is good. Not. So if I don't run the function, I'm gonna fall through things, but it doesn't create the weird stuff. Here's another idea. What if we don't gotta do something about the frame rate here. But now it works. Because there's something that doesn't collide weirdly out in the library part of things. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if it's like closing Photoshop that will solve this. Okay. How about on the other side? Unsure. I guess we'll have to like try it with a few different levels and see what happens. I do think we should probably put the player back at 0, 0, 0. Or 0, 5, 0. It's one of those. I have some ideas. I think what happens is that, let's see if we can replicate what happened before again by turning back on the randomize or off the randomize. Are we falling through now? I don't think we will. No. Then we go and don't destroy the library. And instead we just do this. Now I believe it's gonna break again. Yes. So let's go to our block tool. And what I think is happening is that the scaling becomes 0, and that is bad. That's what I'm thinking. Which means if I could find the place where I do set the height to something. Actually the maximum of 1 and that. See if that solves it. So what is happening? I think I got it now. These, for example, level module here is on like, this one is raised up, but some of them will have their slab things at 0. Oh, maybe this one actually, I looked at the wrong place. Now this has transformed 2 up. But then it's gonna like try to create, it will squash the collider, and then that somehow sends the physics engine into a spin, and then shit starts working again. Now I kind of should destroy the library. There's no good reason to not do it at this point, except for maybe making the dead end things work, because they have something. We could do like a thing where we my thinking is we could like get nodes in group. I mean, why not delete the library? Why would we? Because it only takes time to regenerate stuff, and it's adds complexity to everything. Yeah. Pretty sure that works. Okay, interesting. I'm ready to move on. What time is it? It's almost 4, so I guess no big crash. Crashed? I think it does. What? Why? Very odd. Oh, is this an error? It is not. So these are not using the same things as some of the others. I think I'm trying to fix is the this. So this, for some reason, or actually, well, it should have destroyed this part, and I don't know why it doesn't. So if I try to play this one, it crashes. Come on. I'm kind of done with technical issues today. I like these little things. But yeah, this one looks like it's ending maybe a bit how it shouldn't. The question is, how can I remove this? I know it's not connected, so I should be able to remove it. However, there's some issue with it. Like, somewhere in the module library these live. And this guy has 2 nubs, but I guess neither of them are that connection thing. How about these ones? These use nub mounts. Let's just get rid of this one, replace it with another version of this that has that part raised, and see if it works. Um, 2 meters higher, 3 meters higher. Sure. This one is linked to the wrong one. That one is correct. This one is still wrong, I think. Yeah, when you duplicate things, it doesn't set up the connections correctly, which is a shame. So now I think if I do this, I should be able to move these, right? Yeah. Make this the other direction. See if it works. I don't think it does. And if I have no idea why it crashes, and it doesn't really say, it just debugging process has stopped. Mildly annoying, but if I clear and then I do it, I think it works. Unsure if it is working. I don't think it is, because it didn't used to have that part there, did it? Or did it actually remove? It removed 2 things now, I think. It won't boot at all now for unknown reason. Data tree is null. Okay, I don't even know. So this part generates it. Here are two examples at least. Do not randomize. But try to play now. Does it just crash? Good, don't. I really haven't had a lot of these problems. But for an unknown reason, like maybe restart. It won't start and it doesn't tell me why. Program crashed. Let me assume this is gonna make it work again. It works. If I do this before, we're gonna have the problem. If I remove it, it crashes. What do you want from me? That is ancestor of thing is interesting. Maybe we can do something like this instead. So we don't call any setup functions. We're still gonna run it, I guess. Is descendant of, but we can do it the other way. We can do like module library is ancestor of node. So we don't run the setup on the things in the library anymore, at least. Makes it start up much faster. Let's see if we can get this gone then. So here, can you just do print test A, print test B, see if this happens at all. Test A and test B, that does happen. So somewhere in this level, and it also runs it in here. We might want to fix this. Block tool 187, get edited scene road is a null value. What's that? Parameter data tree is null. Block tool 187. I'm just trying to cover all my bases there. It still does, like, parameter data tree is null. So module level generator 194. Hey. Alright. Does it crash? No. It also didn't save the settings. Okay, cool. Leaked instance. Render mesh storage. Scene forward clustered shader. Okay. Whatevers. "95% of the time, I really like the Godot experience. 5% of the time, I freaking... Like, now I'm kind of annoyed with it. Like, we've had 3-4 different weird shit issues that doesn't have proper error handling around them. If something is going to break your entire collision and physics system, detect that and tell me about it. Don't, like, fail some 5 kilometers that way. That's that kind of buggy shit, or I don't have much patience for stuff like that. The other part is maybe more stuff that I'm used to from Unity that doesn't work the same. So this is a problem we're having at this very moment here. Oh, look at that. It works here. In the editor, this thing got removed. See, there's nothing there. But if I play, I bet you it's going to be there. It's here. So it behaves differently in play mode and and so on. But this, one of the problems I'm having here is that in Unity, if you duplicate an object, or if you're like, if you're duplicating an object and that object has like links to objects that live inside of it, those links in the duplicated objects are updated to the new child objects. Not in Godot. Here, I have to do a whole bunch of things to make that happen. So for example, I have these things, and if this connector here is not connected to anything, I want to remove this part. Right? I don't need this. Easy fix. I just remove this. But the problem is when I've copied this into a new position, the script that I have that references something still references the wrong thing. It references like this particular object and this particular like connection, not the one in the copy. So when I copy them, I have to update that. And that works in the editor, but not in the game. Yeah. So if I duplicate this, it doesn't take into account that this level module connection A that lives next to it around here, like this object. So let's go check it out. Here's our little thing. This is the copy. It's got nub mount A, and if you cannot even see the entirety of that path, but you can see it's like far out. Or you can see it here. It's referencing the wrong thing, even though I copied it. You have to make the copy unique. Godot doesn't do it by yourself. Matt's powers never duplicate or copy nodes. My entire procedural generation system is based on that. I cannot get around it. Yeah, but I don't want to work with scenes. I want to have this in the... I want to have my library over here. So I can edit that, look over there, press the button. I don't want to like have each individual thing in a scene. And then I can't like copy things nicely. Or if I want to duplicate something, I can just do like pick the thing, duplicate the thing. I have two. Now things work. The other part with... that's an actual problem here, is that if I don't do this, I can't read the properties of each of these nodes until I've instantiated them. In Unity, if you have a prefab, you can read anything inside of that object. That object exists in the world, even though it's not instantiated in the scene. So if I have a reference to a packed scene, I have to actually instantiate it and then read out all the things that I need. For example, I need to have all the colliders, and if there's some sort of thing, it just doesn't work. I don't know if it's not really the way I did it in Lone Ruin. Actually, it was. But in that case, I ended up like breaking out different things to different scenes, and then having the scenes instantiated in the world and just like hiding them. In game, it's fine, but in the editor it's crap because of the references. I think the problem is actually. Let's just see if we can look at this in the remote view. So like level generator, make sure we regenerate here. And then we check what this thing is. This is called level module 10. And it lives here somewhere. Right? So level module 10 we can look at in remote view. If you copy something and it references something with, it will reference the original. You can click on that thing in the inspector and make it unique. Yes, I know about this, but I'm doing it in code, so I don't think that works that way. So let's go remote. Let's go root, world, level generator, level root, level module 10. And you can see it's got both of these. And it also got these references. Now in this case, it does reference the right things. No, not really, no. This doesn't even show me the script stuff. Remove if unconnected. Doesn't even have a connection here. So that's why it doesn't work. So the connection lives somewhere over here and just didn't connect. How about having the object script hook up the reference in ready instead? Do you need it before? It doesn't matter. I don't think it helps if you do that. I never have. I don't get it later either. I do know some things about this while I'm creating stuff. So for example, while I'm adding, maybe I can inject stuff. For example, if I'm connecting something, so here I know which connection is which. The question is, can I like look into the module and check if there's any references to that connection index? In any of the, like, I gotta like crawl and trying to find if there's any like connection, anything that has a reference to that thing. I don't, Savagor, I don't think that would matter. And can I even set that on just regular objects? Maybe I can. So, for example, then it would be level 10, that's our problem here. No, it doesn't really exist. That's just when you have a scene that instantiated. We don't have a scene. These are like living directly inside of the game. So my guess is that what happens is that in play mode, when it copies it over, somehow it loses this connection entirely. Because it looked like there was no, like, nothing in connection. But if I could set this up by, like, somehow with this script, set up the connections properly. But I think the problem is when I'm running, I'm only getting test A right. Or actually, yeah, I'm only getting test A. No, test A, test B. Test A, test B. So it does. So it has a connection. But they do in wait, that might be because these are the ones in the library. So it is one test A is like level generator and test B is module library. The connection is linked to something in the module library, which kind of is the same, or at least I thought it would be. Let me try regenerating here and see what happens with the. So here it's got a huge thing. Test A says level module in level generator. And test B says module library. So it is the same. It's just a very different path. Let's make an assumption, which is hey, that Fane, thank you for the raid. Hyperions, hi. Fane, hi. Compared to the copy enter tree and ready when you call that set up. I don't know, but I'm doing a thing here where I'm trying to figure out the relative path. Ooh, I'm sorry. Let's print these out. Let's see if we can see any differences. Print. Test C. Parent module path. Connection path, and then eventually the relative path. Well, we'll see. So now up here, I actually want to print like a big old stuff like that. And then we try to regenerate and we can see like, Oh, these are so annoyingly long. So test E says level module connection. In this case, but if I run it, it's gonna have a different. These are much easier to read. So actual connection is parent module find child relative path. Is find child the right thing? First descendant of this node which matches. Here it does find it. Test F is like a marker or something. And if I run it, F is null for some reason. Do I have to wait before the children are instantiated or something in here? We can wait for another process frame here before we do the setups. Try it that way. Unity apologized. Yeah. And they still want my money though. No, it still says test F null. So is parent module null? Can we pause here? So parent module is what? Parent module is some kind of encoded object as ID. Okay. Would have loved to be able to explore this. This doesn't really help us, but we know that actual connection is null, even though parent module path is that, connection path is that, relative path seems correct, and then parent module is an object. I don't quite understand. Can we print for each? Well, there we go. Breakpoint. But I don't want breakpoints. It doesn't seem like it has any children, the module. No, it... Classic Godot. This is another annoying thing with Godot. If you're having... if it breaks, it opens an editor in there, and then that overrides any changes you make. So here it actually says like level module connection A, level module connection B, colliders, nub mount A, nub mount B. These are all in there. So we're gonna do this. So I don't know, it's not gonna work for every case, but we can make it work for like one case. So we can say like if child is level module connection and child name equals relative path, which is sort of a thing, and then we do actual connection, child as level module connection, and then it should maybe work. But it's also possible that the actual connection connected to is not set. And now it works. But it's a hack. Yeah, so what happens is that it removed this thing here, just like it did in the 3D view here. See if this still works. Now it doesn't work in the editor. It's because this doesn't happen. Process frame on a type node time GD. Let's I actually don't think we need that. Maybe we do. Okay, it didn't work now because it mirrored things. Yeah, because we need to allow this to wait for a bit if it wants to queue free things. So we actually do need at least this one. There it works. But then it doesn't work in here, right? Oh, now it works here too. Even though we get an error. Invalid access to property key process frame on a base object of type node, time GD. Come on. Works here. I don't know what that is. Works here. And it works in the other case too. Cool. Let's remove all the debug prints, and I think we should commit because it's been a while. Get out. Really use that, so still works. Still works. Nice. Clear modules. Save. I don't know. I'm just giving it a bullshit name for now. It looks like Unity a bit, yes. I'm using a modification on you know, Passive Star. Passive Star made a theme for this, and I'm using a very close to what he did, but not quite. Cool. Let's see if things work, and then I think I'm just gonna call this a day and continue on at some other point. So you can see here, it seems to be working. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Seems to be working. I'm not falling through anything anymore. Now, yeah, we need more. We need some variation in these. I haven't had a single issue with that stuff, the falling through here. So I think we are good to go. This should have had a connecting point and it didn't, which is great. That's what we just fixed. Works in both dimensions. Very good. Levels seem really, really varied. Some of them are not very good. this one would probably not be a good level for this game, for example, because it's too long, and you gotta be able to get from place to place a bit faster. Could be done with like a teleporter system or something. But I would rather have it be like, if you're under the ground, then it kind of does it right. This one is okay. It's got a little bit of up and down. Yeah, in general, I'm really happy about what's going on here. One idea, maybe it doesn't work here, but I could see this one being swapped out, or like having a rounded off look or something. When this one goes, it would just be the same as remove if not connected. Looking at it, it's like there's a little bit too many of these sometimes. I think I'm gonna go into the Blender file and just modify it. And yeah, a lot of the levels are looking pretty cool. Now we just need to, I'm gonna do this again, mostly for my own sake, but Alfred has this noise that he made that's how the game should feel. And it doesn't quite feel like that yet, but I think it could if it had like the enemies looked evil, if there were like black tar running, or the sky was like more ominous, like maybe the moon is eclipsed or something. The sound is more dark and claustrophobic. Yeah. I don't think the layout of the level necessarily needs to be the colors maybe, but I don't think the level's openness needs to be in relation to that sound. I think we can get away with things there. Just need to watch some horror movies or something. But it's a really powerful sound, and the level is kind of brightly lit now. I don't know that just making it less brightly lit would solve it, but I guess we could try just dragging down the light a bit. Oh, it's really not much. Like if it was like this, more like this. The black pillars actually have, I don't think you can see it. Oh, it's too dark, but they have a little texture, or like a swirly texture on them. I think stuff like that can make it feel more gloomy. But even with this, it's not. I don't think it helps. It's more shape language, I think. Anyway, I think I'm done for. This is a good level for this game. You can kind of jump around. I think the solution to how to make more good levels is just limit the radius at which they can get generated in. But a lot of these are actually pretty good. Anyways, we need to get on with our lives. Thank you for hanging out today. If you want to, you can wish list the game here and on on Steam. And I guess I'll drop you off somewhere. We did some pretty good progress today, I think. Windy, maybe? Let's go windy today. Maybe they're here. Is drawing shit. Looks so good. Sweet. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye.